Hello, beautiful souls, and welcome to another live pick a reading. My name is Tallulah Wren. I'm the magical medium, and today is a big celebration day. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, one and all. The wind is going. It's warm. It's beautiful outside. It's magical. The day feels magical. The energy feels magical. At the same time, though, there's a lot of heavy underbelly energies that are happening because we're in this massive, massive, massive transition period. So, if you haven't seen my last podcast, it's called Everything Everywhere All at Once after that movie. Um, they didn't have me put a link to it, but I did say in there that I was going to go live or do something today. I just wasn't sure 100% what it was going to be. And it's been coming together since I woke up this morning. Oh, and I looked down, it was 119. I love it today because today's the 19th. So when you add it together, so it's July, which is 7, and it's the 19th. When you add that together, it's 17, and then plus 2026. 2026 comes out to the number 10. Take away the 0, you get 1, right? So 17, 18, and when you add 8 and 1 together, it is a 9. And we are at the end of the drama, the chaos. It's just, we're all so tired. I'm seeing the same thing, the same thread. I'm seeing light workers and healers that just look so beat to shit. They look so beat to shit. They look drained. And I'm like, dude, I'm with you. I'm like, I am with you. And I have, Spirit warned me, in a beautiful way that take time to rest in June because July is going to be really fucking busy. And so they were like, rest when you can, sleep when you can, work when you're drawn to. So today we're going to be talking about a lot of different things. We're going to be doing, it's I don't know if I'd call it we're not doing a group reading so much as we're doing I guess it is, but it's just an awareness. It's an astrology of awareness of what's going on right now, what's happening this week, and what's coming down the pipeline, basically. And then after that, they had me pull some tarot cards from the Osho Zen Tarot. So we're going to be, working with that. Hello, welcome. And I will try and interact as much as I can, you guys. But, when I'm channeling, my eyes are closed. So also, if you found yourself here and you are under 18, make sure that it is okay with your parents to be here. This is not made for kids, but it's not an 18 over adult content. But of course, I swear when it comes to, and we speak about adult subjects. So just, keep that in mind if you found yourself here. And I don't know what that means, but black is a question mark. I don't know what that means. Okay, so I'm going to be channeling. I asked Spirit, let's do this. You know what, you guys, let's do this. Especially for my all-stars and my regulars. When it goes live like this, you have to remember that my energy is so fucking powerful. My energy is so potent that I'm going to draw in people from all over the universe. Honestly, I felt it when it was coming together. The wind is coming through right now. My wind chimes are going. There's so much happening. I may actually take a break and go outside and get a little wind bath and get some of this energy because right before I started this, I felt the intense energy of Cancer, but I also felt the energy of those are completely ungrounded and they've never been, hey, you guys, this is not, I don't want to have to block you, but this isn't a place to have random conversations or hey, who are you? You know what I mean? Not to be a dick, but this is real shit. Okay. So we are channeling ancestors. We are channeling spirits, the deities. So, all is well and I love you and you're here for a reason. But I just wanted to let you know that. My name is Tallulah Wren. I am the magical medium. I live in the Pacific Northwest in the United States. Okay. So I'm going to leave that there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. My eyes are closed. I'm not looking at the board, but we are going to have some people who are going to want to speak. So I'll let Spirit deal with that. Archangel Michael, I already called on Archangel Michael and his mighty band of warriors to keep those away from my channel and away from this energy and away from this space that are not meant to be here. But some are. And even when they're, being annoying or saying certain things or whatever, it's like they're learning too. So, it's like one of those kind of things. When I was growing up, I would hear that, like, get out of here, kid, you bother me. And you know what? I was a really fucking smart kid and I was really in tuned. I've always been this. So if there are younger people, youngins who are here right now, that's cool. But this isn't like, this isn't for kids. You know what I'm saying? You're an old soul in a kid body. That's cool. But this isn't for like kid games or bullshit or like, hi, I'm Joe. I'm from fucking Tennessee and I'm 12. I mean, I love you, Joe, but you know what I mean? It's like, bye-bye. Okay, with that being said, because I have so much good energy, but I'm also, you guys remember that I'm a fucking medium. So like I'm channeling, there's so much going on right now. And I feel like I'm like the Incredible Hulk and I'm like pushing like all the energy back. So let's take in some deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth, or whatever feels good to you. Some people like to only breathe in through their nose or in through their mouth. There are no rules. Our avatars are different. We have different energies, different lifestyles, different breath work practices. Okay. I call upon my higher self and the higher selves of all those who are meant to be here today in any way, shape, or form. With loving grace and gratitude, we open this container. It's already open, but we just say, you're out of the woods, you're out of... Thank you, welcome. We're in the Wizard of Oz kind of energy. We are in the universe. The multiverses, they are here, we are here. So I call upon our higher selves, our spirit guides, our animal guides, the ancestors, the angels, the archangels, the gods and goddesses, the nine, our benevolent creator, and every energy and entity in between through all inception and dawn of time. Whoever, whomever, whatever is meant to be here in the greatest and highest good of all of the collective in the universe. Thank you for being here and thank you for clearing away that energy. I feel it. Oh, I'm so calm right now. See what I mean? Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. We've got a lot. Ooh, Kali Ma's here too. She's like, bitch, get the fuck out of here. Like, I love channeling the gods and goddesses too because they're just so awesome. Anyway, she just honestly just came through with like such a like, bitch, like seriously, don't make me do it. Right? Because we are loving, kind, gods, goddesses, energy, whatever, we are all love. We come from love, but at the same time, we're not doormats and we're not here to like hold hands and coddle. Not all the time, not in this kind of session. But this session is so important. And me going live today is so important because of the day, because of the Barbault basket, because we are in a time and energy that has not been seen for so many years, lifetimes, generations. Christ consciousness is a consciousness. Jesus is an energy. I am energy. You are energy. When I first started working with Jesus at a very, very, very tender young age, I believe Jesus has always been with me. So is Michael. I've always been protected. I look back on it now and I see because I was meant to do this right now on this day. I had to be 54 years old at this point on the planet. You know what I mean? Like everything had to come together. Everything had to align right now in this moment, every single solitary thing for all of us to have this massive awakening. Because that's what this is. It's magic. And it's so potent and it's so powerful that the shadow and the darkness doesn't even want to play. Oh, they tried. You saw me. I was antsy-pantsy in the beginning. But once I shut it down, once we got quiet, once we got still, you needed to be a part of this and witness it and see how energy can affect energy. That's what the spiritual awakening really is. It's the awareness of energy, how we affect each other when we get into a room, how we affect each other going online together like this, going live, how we affect each other by recording, writing, painting, whatever it is, self-expression, creativity. Blessed first quarter moon. We're we're having all of these magical, magical, magical energies. Today's the 19th. Tuesday's the first quarter moon. 22nd, the Leo, the sun goes into Leo, and the 23rd, Mercury goes direct. This is a big week. That's why they had me go live. If you guys remember, last year we did Sacred Sunday. I went live every Sunday. I don't know if they're going to have me do that again. But I do know that this was meant to go live today because it's meant to reach a lot of people like a moth to a flame. My energy was put here for a reason, to open. I am here for the healers. I'm the healer for the healers, the leader for the leaders. To remind you who you are, what you are, why you came here. You're not crazy. You are psychic. And for the new people, welcome. And for those of you who are coming back, welcome back. So we're going to be talking about a lot of things that are happening in astrology right now and how they just beautifully tie in together this week. I mean, I have the chills right now, just feeling it, just thinking about it. I can feel it. And it is really, I feel like a segue because the Lionsgate portal is opening too. And you can, I don't know if you guys can feel that, but the Lionsgate portal is upon us as well. Next week, next weekend. So I want you all to look at and see and feel all of that within yourself, all the growth, all you've learned, all you've done, all you've experienced, all you've seen, witnessed, or a part of, was all part of the story. We are all part of the story. I have chills all over my body. I love you guys so much. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being a part of this. It's interesting. When I opened my eyes, I looked down and there's, hold on, I want to say something. I'm taking a second to regroup. Let me check in with Spirit. There's a lot of things coming through, so I might be channeling. Hold on, you guys. Okay. Hold on, you guys. Okay, drink some water. They're here. There's a lot of things to say in a short period of time, they said. So I am actually, those of you who know I live off grid. And I was really bummed out when my friend said that this was the only day they can help me. And I was like, really? You know, but then they told me they wanted to get started early. I'm like, cool, that's awesome. And I thought, okay, cool. I bet I'm going live after that. Then they messaged me late last night and said, I don't think I'm going to be there till like afternoon. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's awesome. Because that's what I felt this whole time that I was going live. And I was like, all right, Spirit, like, you know, whatever. They wanted me to tell you if things are changing really rapidly and it feels confusing and ungrounding, they're saying there's a reason for that. I mean, we're going through, like I said, we're going through one of the biggest transitions that Earth has ever seen. The universe too. Earth and our solar system is connected to the rest of the universe. So, you know, whatever we're going through, they're going through too. You know, when we're like watching movies with aliens, it's like that alien probably exists somewhere else, but they came here and made a movie. So like we would, you know, I also think that's why in some of the movies they make things enemies, you know, like they made E.T. It's like E.T. was like this loving, sweet little creature, but they wanted to fucking take him and do stuff to him. You know, it's like this control and power. So the patriarchy is not just the divine masculine, it's an energy. It's like if control had a word or like a face, it would be patriarchy. But there are divine feminine and divine masculine that both live and express and support the patriarchy, you know? And a lot of it too, when you think about it, is because you know, all of the things that are happening on the planet right now are for a divine purpose. And some people don't want to do the work. Earth is a school for learning. That's what it's for. And for those of you who are asking questions, we're not taking questions today. I am doing an astrology report for the tribe, and then I am going to be doing a picker reading. So you can ask questions, but, and listen, oh, you know what? I'm gonna ask Spirit if they want me to respond to this right now because do you want me to respond to this? Do you want me to tell everybody what's going on? Who is Jesus? Jesus is my best fucking friend, man. He's like one of my best friends of all time. And let me tell you something. I grew up and studied with the Bible, and it was written by men, okay? And I'm not going to get into that with you, but Spirit, do you want me to block and mute this person? I'm just going to block you. You know, here's the thing. I'm not going to let that get under my skin because I'm just going to send you some loving healing energy. You go ahead and pray to your little book and do what you need to do. No disrespect. If you love the Bible, good for you. I like a lot of good books too. You know, there's a lot of beautiful things in the Bible. But to have somebody quote the fucking Bible to me when I lived the Bible, I never believed. Okay. Oh my God, repent. All right. I don't want to be a dick to you right now. So I think you should go before I kick you off my channel. But listen, I don't know how old you are. I don't know who you are, but I grew up with the Bible, okay? And it was the people from my church that wanted to, there were people in my church that would rather hang me from a fucking tree than like hear me speaking the real gospel that was coming through me. Because there are real channels and mediums. If you really knew the Bible, you'd know that. I read the Bible. I lived the Bible. I literally lived the Bible with my hypocritical parents, my hypocritical church, the interesting thing was our preacher was probably the most beautiful, innocent one. But there was a lot of things. I got kicked out of Sunday school when I was 8. You want to know why? Because I saw shit. Because I saw things. I saw demons. I was possessed by demons. I had things that happened to me. All they wanted to do was try and pull me away from what I was instead of trying to protect me and understand what I was. I was the closest thing to Christ consciousness that was actually in that building with them in that church, and they didn't want to see that. They wanted to go by a book. They wanted to go by the control and the bullshit. My dad was drinking and beating the fuck out of my mother, and the church did nothing. All they did was look the other way. You know why? Because, oh, well, let's just pray for them. Let's just pray for them. Okay, well, you know what? They just prayed for my mom, and then my dad hit her again, So the rage that I'm feeling right now isn't just mine. It's for everybody, because today is the day of the true spiritual awakening. Today is the real day of the Christ consciousness. Today is Jesus. The Barbault basket is something that is so powerful. Astrology is part of our makeup. It's part of where we are, our planet. You can't you can't say you don't believe in astrology or you don't believe in certain things. Okay. Did God do that? Oh my God. All right, Spirit, I'm not sure. Hold on, you guys. I got to see what's going on here because a part of me is like, what the fuck is going on? I feel like I'm arguing with a child. So you either really are a child or like you're just like, you're such part of the sheeple. You're part of the sheeple. And I get that you're trying to be loving and you think you're going to come here and heal me or save me or whatever. But Jesus saved me a long time ago. I've been with Jesus and the true God creator consciousness since my inception. I was put in this world for people like you to help you, for you to wake up to the real truth of what this is and how big the universe is, and that Earth is a training ground, and that literally the Bible was co-created to control the masses by the patriarchy. We were just talking about that. Religion and politics are one in one, and I can tell you from working closely in both of them. If you're obviously new here. So you know what? Maybe you should stop while you're ahead. Go check out my channel or don't, whatever. I feel like this is for somebody because you don't understand. While I'm talking to you, I'm so multidimensional that I'm talking to so many different deities and energies and asking like what I should do. I'm like, I don't want to do this. I'm like, I literally started this going, I am loving, I am awesome. And I was talking to Jesus and I couldn't wait to do this. So I feel like this is really fucking powerful, you know? False Jesus. Oh my gosh. Yeah, well, exactly. Here, you know what? You guys were educating this person right now. Exactly. They just said that's a false Jesus. That's not Jesus of the Bible. Amen. Exactly. Fucking Jesus was written by humans in the Bible. They don't want to tell you what Jesus really was. They only want to tell you like, oh, he was magical and he was wonderful and whatever. But look at all the horrible fucking things that happened to him. I mean, come on. I can't even. Oh my gosh. And Christmas, there's a lot of Santas. Islam has a Jesus. Everyone, Muhammad, Buddha, every single one. We can go through all the different religions. And you know what? Let's think about this. What is the core of that? Love. What is the core of that? Why do people fight each other to say my religion is better than this religion? Why do you think that happens? Because it's based under control. Oh my gosh, I feel like you're a child. Okay. Mormon has a false Jesus. Exactly. Why would I believe in the Bible? They're saying, you guys, this is like too much. I'm going to have to block this person, but I feel like they're here because I don't want this on my channel and I don't want this here right now, but I feel like this is for other people. So honestly, I've been like in such a beautiful, loving, awesome, joyful place, taking notes about the Barbault basket and telling you guys about the first quarter moon and everything that's happening this week. And this came in. So we're going to deal with this because you know what? When we run away from, fear, or we run away because we don't understand something, that's where it's like, I will apologize for laughing so much and being an asshole. I will. But also energetically, there's a lot happening. There's so many transitions. And because I am an empath and a medium, and I can feel and take in different energies from all over the universe, there's a lot happening. And I do feel like you being here, whoever you are, you were brought here for a reason. You were literally brought here for a reason, for your own education, because someday you will look back on this and realize, all the fakery and the fuckery that the Bible has to provide. But also at the fact that this is exactly what this is. We're transitioning out of this, you guys. We're transitioning out of this false matrix of bullshit of like, believe in the Bible and go to church and go to your Monday through Friday job and blah, 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 because it's a fucking conformity. And I will praise this from the rooftops. Spirituality is nonconformity. End of story. Why do you think the sitting American president and these leaders are like, they're woke. They're making fun of us. Why are they making fun of us? We're the Jesus motherfuckers. We are Jesus. We are the Christ consciousness. We are the 144,000. I'm part of that. If you found yourself here, you're part of that. This person here is probably part of that, but they're waking up and maybe they'll have an awakening later. If you care to share with us, what is your age? And be honest, or don't be, I don't really care. My corrupt language, listening to my corrupt language. Oh my God. Oh, repent. Oh, you guys, I can't. You guys, it's taking, you know what? I went back red this week and my Southside Chicago Kelly and my triple Sag and my moon in Scorpio wants to cut a bitch so bad. But she's like, no, I have this feeling you're a child. And if you're not a child, you're just so you're like so lost in the matrix and immature. And but thank you for being here. Thank you for bringing that, because I know for my regulars, when they listen to this is going to be definitely a conversation. Hold on, you guys. Yeah. What makes me sad about that is I was in your bubble too, dude. Like, I was in your bubble too. I told you who I am and where I'm from. Who are you and where are you from? I'll know if you're lying. And I don't care. If you lie, that's totally up to you. But if you're like, oh, I'm all about the Bible, then you won't lie. You'll tell the truth and just be yourself. Speak your truth. Let's go. Because right now we're kind of in a, I feel like I'm like, we're in a rumble. We're in a spiritual rumble. We're not going to hurt each other, right? We're just like speaking our truth. We're just speaking our truth. It's Jewish, honey, trust me. It's not just you and I here. Trust me. It's not. Trust me when I tell you that. Just because people, anyway. All right, you guys. Let me ask Spirit if we want to, do we want to go any further with this right now? Oh, honey, you're not my enemy either. You're not my enemy either. But I want you to start thinking for yourself. Step outside that book. Go take a walk in nature. Maybe, find out your birth chart. Find out more about yourself. Do you think that astrology, what do you think this is? Do you think that we're a ball spinning in space? Do you think that everything around you is real? Do you think that there's this is it, just this planet? Or do you believe in that there's other stuff out there in the universe? Do you believe in aliens? What do you believe in? If you are here, maybe we are here to have a little tete-a-tete or whatever, because there's definitely an energy here. I mean, how do I know you're not the devil? You know what I mean? How do I know you're not the shadow? Because you're sitting here in your righteousness, coming onto someone's, if you don't believe in this, if you don't, whatever, it's do you think this is your job? Do you literally think this is your job to go on other people's channels and tell them what's wrong with them and tell them to repent? Because that's the shit that I grew up with too. And it's fucked up. If you think about it, it's really messed up. Exactly. Don't give me fucking scripture, dude. This is where it shows your maturity. Why are you calm down? I don't need to calm down. This is my channel. I could do whatever I want. And I am telling you right now, for you, oh my gosh. Okay. John 3:16. Do you want me to go into that? Because that was my favorite one as a kid. Oh, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. I'm not going to I can go scripture with you, dude. So let's read this, you guys. So they were telling us John 5:3. I don't have my glasses on. 5:13. Woo, 13 is my lucky number. And 5 is about change and transformation. 13 comes out to number 4, which is balance. And it says, these things I have written unto you that believe on the name of the Son of God, that ye may know that ye have eternal life, and that ye may believe on the name of the Son of God. Well, you got what you wanted. I said your little scripture out loud. But you know what's really cute? I just realized that's exactly right. You're trying to get a rise out of me. Spirit literally sent you here to get a rise out of me, but I'm okay with it because there's a lot happening right now. There is a lot happening right now. They told me to calm down. Then you told me shh, and then they just said amen, you guys. I wish they would keep these on here so you guys could see this. It's actually really funny. So, but I think it's interesting. Still, you haven't told us who you are, where you're from, your age. Why all the secrecy? Why are you hiding behind this fucking book and this scripture? That's the thing. You want me to calm down because deep down, I'm raising the fire in you. Why don't we flip the fucking script, my friend? Why don't you go look in the mirror at yourself? Who are you really? Who are you? Who are you? Are you going to save yourself? Are you waiting for some fucking savior to come in here and save you? I feel like I am here to wake your shit up. And thank you for that. And thank you for getting a rise out of me. Fuck yeah! I love it. Getting a rise out of me, because anger is a healthy emotion, you guys. And when someone comes in, a stranger, and says certain things to me and how I should change or how I should heal, this is exactly why they're here. They're here right now to show us the bullshit. That's not coming from their heart. This is oh, I have to do my due diligence because my Bible told me so. This book told me that I should. They're saying, for the wages of sin and death, but the gift of God is eternal, life through Jesus Christ our Lord. Kumbaya, my Lord. Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my Lord. Woo. Kumbaya. Sing it with me. Kumbaya, my Lord. Kumbaya. Oh, Lord. Kumbaya. That's right. Hey, listen, you can believe in your Jesus, I'll believe in my Jesus. You want to believe in your book? I'll believe your book is a bunch of fucking malarkey. There you go. So thank you so much. Thank you. Many blessings upon you and yours. And I cannot wait to talk to you again someday when you have a massive awakening. The whole planet's going to wake up at some point, or there are people like you that will die in ignorance. And that's okay too, because you'll go in your mind, you're like, I'm going to go to heaven because I did this or that, when heaven and hell is all the same and it's happening all the same, you know? Oh God. You know what? I actually feel sorry for you. You either can't speak English, don't know how to communicate for yourself. You guys, they're just bringing more bullshit from the Bible to me. And, that just tells me like how our consciousness levels. This is when I tell you guys about different levels of consciousness, this is exactly what I'm talking about. And this isn't me saying like I'm above them, below them, they're above me, I'm below them. It's just talking about levels of consciousness. End of period. End of sentence. Period. Done. So they're talking about the King James version. I don't even care. I'm like, can we be done with this? Because I have so much to do today. And when I look down, you guys, it was 31/12, which is my birthday backwards. Woo! Yes, that's right. That's right. We're going to get back to business. Okay. Is it time to let them go? Is it time to let them go? Okay, okay, okay. We are going to let you go. So thank you so much with grace and gratitude. Thank you for being here. All of those who stopped in to say hello, thank you, thank you, thank you. And we are going to, oh God. Goodbye. Thank you so much. We love you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so you guys, I got him out of there. That had to go. I'm like, that had to go. There was just too much. There was too much. But how fucking cool was that too? Especially when they were like, calm down. I was like, oh, I'm like, so here's the thing, you guys. When I was growing up, I would get so fired up. If I knew I was right about something and everybody else was wrong, I would get so fired up. And I would, and everybody be like, calm down. Oh my gosh, calm down. Why are you getting so, whatever? And I'm like, because it's important, because it means something to me. So that felt good. That was cathartic. So thank you, seriously, Spirit, for blessing that beautiful soul with whatever they need, whenever they need it, whatever's in their greatest and highest good. I send it to them. Oh, drink some water. That was wild. I didn't want to go live today, but they wanted me to go live. And I did not expect that. But at the same time, I kind of expected it. Do you know what I mean? So I'm definitely going to put some timestamps in this bitch when it's fucking comes up later. Wow. I'm going to take just a moment to compose myself, and then we're going to go into the Barbault basket. Hang in there, you guys. Hello, beautiful creatures. I'm back. What the hell was that? Oh my goddess. I had to go outside and ground and get a wind bath and like put my feet on the earth. And it's interesting because I feel like some of you are back because I'm getting like that lower left back pain. So I feel like it's like one of our regulars. Take care of yourself. You got to take care of yourself. I'm working it out for you. You got to work it out too. Hold on. We're releasing a lot of stuff, you guys. Just let your body release, okay? Don't try to hold on to shit. I'm hearing that from spirit. Stop trying to hold on to stuff. Just let it go. Okay. So, today. Now, if you didn't watch the beginning part, that's okay. But it was a little cray-cray, and it went off the rails, and it was very interesting. And I have so many thoughts on that, but I just felt such a dark shadow, like, because afterwards I was like, why did I get so upset? Like, I know I've only been a redhead again for a few days, but I was like, it was like something enraged in me. And it was like my dragon came out, but it wasn't. It was like a combination of like my dragon and my ego and like my inner child trauma from church and like the Bible bullshit and like whatever. And I was like, because if you didn't watch it, but basically, this Christian person came on the channel. We know nothing about them. I mean, let's put it this way. I didn't want to go into their energy because every time, like, I could just feel the grossness coming off of them. And it was just, I mean, it was hard to hold on to, actually. It was hard to hold on to, and connect with. But if you're interested, go back and watch it. But that's why they're going to have me put time. Right now, I'm in real time, but we're going to put timestamps on all this. Whew, you guys, it's been some crazy ass. It's been fucking crazy ass shit, you guys. Okay, so yeah, so that happened. But it's good. It's good. It was good. It was healing. I feel like it took a lot of courage for me to fight back, and I felt like there was a because afterwards I felt shame, like I know better than this. I'm more grounded than this. And this is Cancer energy. It's water. I'm Scorpio moon, water. Like water's, I mean, Lilith and I are like this, right? Like the moon is my fucking best friend. I felt so grounded and centered and awesome. But the interesting thing was I didn't want to put the comments on today. I said to Spirit, I'm going to put the comments off. And they were like, no, you got to leave them on. I'm like, why? I'm like, there's so much to come through. I'm like, oh, okay, but now I know why. Like that all had to happen. That all had to happen for me and for them. But after I sat with Spirit for a minute about it, and I had a little more, ganja, I started to like relax and I started to like really see what was happening. And when I was a child, instead of listening to me when I was in church or in Sunday school, they just kicked me out. And nobody would talk to me. Nobody would like give me explanations. It was just biblical bullshit. It was just fucking spouting scripture back to me. And I'm like, it's like they go through the Rolodex in their mind of the Bible and be like, okay, this is the best one for this situation. Because maybe they're priest, preacher, whatever. And this applies to any religion, And I think that's why this is coming up today. Because this is like the spiritual awakening day. It's the Barbault basket. I mean, Spirit has been holding me back from astrology for 2 months, and I knew something big was coming, and I knew this was coming, and I felt like a little kid that was being left out. I was like, why? I want to know. And they're like, because sometimes when I know stuff or I know too much, it's even if I don't want to try and control it, sometimes I do, or I align too much with the energy when I'm meant to like what just happened, in the first part of this episode, is like to like push back and be part of a movement and it's interesting because I've been saying to Spirit, I want to be like out there on the picket lines. They're like, you energetically, you just cannot handle that. It's just not who you are. But I feel like what just transpired there was exactly that. Like that was finally my time. Like that was my inner child, like yelling back at authority. Oh, my throat chakra is getting tight. That was my inner child that was fighting back the authoritism in church where I always asked questions and they wouldn't fucking answer me in real time. It was always roundabout biblical bullshit. And I'm like, no, as a human fucking being, can you just give me an answer? You know, some of it, I get it, they don't understand. So they're just going from the book. But some of it, these are like savvy people or like whatever. And I'm like, you know, it's like so much gross shit happens in the church and people don't want to talk about it. They want to slide it under the rug. I mean, look at the Catholicism was exposed. I mean, that was like something, but you think that just happens in Catholic religions? Of course not. It happens in any place of a position of power, a pedophile. It doesn't matter. It's like it's wherever they are, whatever their job, whatever they do. And some, insert themselves into those positions to gain trust, you know what I mean? So that they can groom and do horrible things. I've just seen such horrible things. And it's literally because of Jesus and the angels and archangels that I am still connected to the Creator today. I would not be created. I became an atheist. I studied all different religions. I spent a better part of a decade researching different religions, going to different services, meeting people, talking to people, learning about their religion, getting to know people from all over the world. It became super important to me because I grew up in such a tiny little bubble. And when we grow up in these little bubbles like that, you guys, it becomes these intense experiences that we think are real, we think are true, until we get out into the world and we see that, oh, that was only the truth here. Or only, why do you think so many like cults are like church driven or like religious cults? Because these are just savvy individuals that learn how to control the mind and the hearts and the souls of others. So I was heated and I was angry because my inner child finally, and I really did thank them and said a prayer for them, because honestly, it's like, I don't know what they are. I get a lot of different energies coming from them, but there was a lot of spite, a lot of anger, a lot of pain, a lot of hurt, super immature energy that was never healed. So it's like they're either a child and, they're doing the best they can and God love them. Goddess love them, creator love them, whatever your languaging is. Because our creation, our connection to our creator as a creation of them is different. Just like every child has a different relationship to their parent, so do we have a different relationship to our creator, our deities, those that we confide in, trust in, call on. But it's all one, you guys. It's all the same. There's just different, we have different imagery for them. We have different, when I was growing up, the Jesus on the wall in my church was blonde, blue-eyed, white guy. You know what I mean? Okay, if you say so. I remember fighting with somebody about that until they were like, you do realize that Jesus was in the Middle East, right? So, most likely in that part of the world, he would have been a darker skin. And it was an interesting conversation. But I had another conversation with someone who said, yes, but the world has changed so many times. Who's to say that he wasn't fair and blonde? And at that time, maybe Jesus was from the north, the Nordic. I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's the thing. It's like, that's what angers me about these religions and why I was getting frustrated, because instead of expanding their minds and their consciousness and their awareness to self and their connection to the divine, they instead put themselves in boxes and shorten and decrease their potential, because that's what it was invented to do. If every single soul on this planet right now loved themselves fully and did what they wanted to do from the time they woke up till the time they went to bed, what makes them super, super happy? You love to bake bread all day. You can't wait to get up and do it. Some days you take off, that's okay. You're tired from baking too much. But then you should be baking bread and have a little store. We've been sold so much crap about who we are, and ooh, my throat chakra is getting tight, and who we should be. This is a profound time, you guys. This is a profound time on the planet. Today is a profound day. So I'm going to go into the beautiful parts of today. So the Barbault basket, now I'm not an astrologer, you guys know that. These are notes that I took, and I took so many notes and they're probably going to bleed into each other, and that's okay too. But the long and short of it that I got off of Google AI, I love those generated things. They just give me what I need to hear or convey to you guys. The Barbault basket is the cosmos initiate, a highly significant shift highlighted by this rare basket. And when they talk about basket, they talk about the planets. So we have Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto are in a basket formation underneath Earth, cradling the Earth with all these magical energies. I did some research because this is a Saturn sextile, and the sextile represents a soft presence, a harmonious aspect, creating opportunities, bringing out our natural talents, and bringing into us a smooth, healing energy. It's also the dichotomy of earth, water energy of Leo and Gemini, and fire, air energy of Aquarius and Aries. Jupiter is in Leo, Uranus is in Gemini, Neptune in Aries, and Pluto in Aquarius. This is magical, magical energy. And I'm so glad that that happened with that person, because I send them so much loving, healing energy, because now I can really see that's exactly what that was. That was my little girl inside of me that was like, no, because I was just force fed so much bullshit. And do you know, as a child, how completely difficult it is to have adults around you spewing what they think is truth or spewing out biblical stuff, whatever. But me knowing, as a telepathic, psychic, empathic medium, all of their shadow, all of their darkness at the same time. I was so confused. I didn't understand. No one would explain it to me. And in one of the books that I wrote, I speak of this time that I had with my preacher, where I asked him, I was like 8 or 9 years old, and I was begging him for help. And all he said was, let's pray. And that was always the answer to everything. I was like, hey, Mom, I have cancer. I am pregnant, but I cannot keep the baby. My mom's response was, let's pray. Let's kneel down and pray. I was like, Mom, I need my mom right now. I need all the goodness in you. I need all the love. I don't need a lecture. My mom started crying and told me I was evil to even think about having an abortion, when I had gone to all of these specialists. I sat in a room with my oncologist and my gynecologist and my husband, and they're sitting there telling me, you are sick. I am sorry, but it's better to do it this way. You will either lose the baby or you will die, or both of you will die. And my husband was sitting there crying, we can have more children. We weren't married yet, actually, at the time. And I fought and I fought, and I said, no, I don't want to, the pain I felt, that was the hardest thing I have ever done to this day. I felt her. I talked to her every day. And for my mom to fucking call me a demon, and because I had to do that, I was like, what the fuck? You're my mom because a book told you to fucking tell me that? I need my mom right now. I'm scared. I'm sick. You wonder why I have a problem with the Bible and religion? Because I spent years of my life listening to bullshit instead of listening to my intuition and listening to myself. Now I know every trial and tribulation was for this moment today. And I know we are in Cancer moon and Cancer season, so I am a fucking ball bag right now, but I give no fucks about it. It's languaging. Swear words, cuss words, it's languaging. It's expressive languaging. It's time we all stop judging each other. We are in Libra energy today. Andre Barbault was born on October 1st, and I think it said he died October 7th. He was born a Libra, he died a Libra. Beautiful soul, beautiful, magical soul. And they predicted so much. The pandemic was one of the biggest ones. And this energy that we're in, you guys, is so rare and so beautiful. But it's here for us to awaken our hearts and our souls and be vulnerable, to really be love. You know, it's easy to say, I love you, man. Yes, but what is love? It's unconditional. Why do you feel you have to force feed people information? I am on an open platform. You can come and receive this information or not. I don't go around the internet and tell people they're wrong or tell them they should believe in something different. It's immature to go around and do that to people, and it's actually triggering and shitty. I know they're doing their job though, but it's a double-edged sword. I'm grateful for them to be there. I'm grateful for them to do this to me today, for us, for me, right? Like let me change my languaging. But I'm here as a human too. I am an earth angel, but I am going through human expression. We are the ancestral lineage breakers. And I pray that that person will hear this whole video and really dig deep into their soul and start studying more about themselves and their astrological map. It's important to know these things about ourselves. We chose these lives before we came here. Our benevolent creator allowed us to come here. You know, consider Earth not just a school, but a place of divine energy, a divine experience, and a divine expressiveness. We don't have bodies. On Earth, we do. You cut us, we bleed. We're human. You maim, kill an animal, you break their bones, they feel it. The shift is happening today because we, as a consciousness on Earth and humanity, must change now. If we lean on a book or lean on a person or lean on an experience or a person, place, or thing, you know, Jesus is going to save me. No, Jesus already came here to tell you how to save yourself. Why do you think people were following him around? Because they were like, holy shit, this guy's speaking truth. You can go to any version of the Bible, any version of the Quran. You know, what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the language, the country. It's all the same. We were put here literally to express ourselves through diversity. That's what this is. Expressing ourselves through diversity. And these energies are here to open us, provide awareness and expansion of soul self and soul connection. And I'm so grateful to be an earth angel here at this time, walking with you, beside you. I could just be following you along as your spirit guides. And, you know, which one is the corporeal form? Is that the one that you're not alive? I don't know why I always get those confused. I love the word though. But you get it, right? Like, I'm tangible here. I'm alive. I'm human. But I am an earth angel. And I do know the truth, the light, and the way. And it's not through an old patriarchal system that was built for control and greed. It's gross, you guys. It's gross that some should have so much and others should have nothing or so little. And the universe must be in balance. And today, the balance has come back, which is why it's Libra. So, the energies that I want to discuss right now is that even though this is the initiate from the cosmos, and this is a huge shift, it's also about us connecting to the polarity of ourselves, because that's what these zodiacs are. They're the polarity of each other, right? Earth, air, fire, water. Leo represents fire. Gemini represents air. Ooh, actually, no, it's just fire and air. I just realized that. Oh, okay. Okay, I get it. So this energy today is about determination, it's spiritual awakening, and it's long-term breakthroughs individually and as a collective. Today on my calendar, it said that the color was yellow, so I brought in some dandelions that I had picked yesterday. I was drawn to pick them. I was crazy. But earlier this week, I went to a friend's house to do some harvesting of some lavender, and they had yarrow and raspberry. They had rosemary and yarrow and lavender. So if you can, work with them right now. They're all very, very powerful. But the yarrow was just like screaming to me. And, back in the Roman times, yarrow was named after Achilles, actually, because they would use yarrow to put into wounds. It's like super powerful. So I'm going to make some yarrow oil, and I'm just excited to work more with the herbs and that this year. So this year, do yourself a favor and work with the energies, whether it's dandelions or rosemary or lavender, yarrow, whatever, is calling to you. Maybe it's all of the above. Maybe you've been talking about doing it for years, you're like, I want to be more in my witch, but Spirit's saying this is the time to do it. Let me just make sure. I got to keep checking, because this has been kind of nuts. I've been feeling this energy for days, this unstable energy, this transition during Cancer. But it makes sense, you guys, because even though it's double Cancer right now, that's the whole point. Cancer is like this mothering, loving, moon, water representation energy, emotional, getting in touch with our emotions, with ourselves and each other. It's just a really big day of like a love puddle, but it's also a day of vulnerability, and being vulnerable to the awareness and allowing it to come in. This is a learning and growth energy, communication. So for the yarrow, I looked up the healing energies, and the yarrow is healing, courage, balance, and protection. And the dandelion is resilience, transformation, and wish fulfillment. So even though we just had the new moon, a few days ago, or several days ago now, almost a week ago now, they're still saying like lean into that, because the first quarter moon, which is on Tuesday, the 21st, is about taking action. So whenever you watch this, they're always timeless, but I feel like this is the time for us to really step into that courage, to find the balance within and without, leaning into our spiritual awakening, and connecting with the polarity of our sign. There's always a lot to be learned in that, I walked with a triple Gemini with a moon in Sagittarius for, many, 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 many moons. And it was difficult because I'd been with Geminis, known Geminis. A lot of my really close friends were Geminis. I love Geminis, but they're, being in a relationship with one was really challenging, as a triple Sag and moon in Scorpio. So, if you are finding that you love someone, but you're challenged by your differences, maybe this is the time to lean into the polarity of your signs. Even if it's not them, maybe it's something that'll help teach you about them, or, learning more about who they are and how they work. And not that everybody is all of their, because your rising, so many astrologers say that your rising is who you really are. So you could be a Cancer, but in your moon in Cancer, like you could be a double Cancer, right? But your rising can be in Scorpio, and both are water energies, but you may be more like, listen, I'm a badass mofo, I'll cut a bitch, right? Where, more of the cancer energy is like, oh, hello, I love you, yeah, I want to be happy, it's like this like really cool energy. So like lean into the energies that are there for you, that are potent, that feel good, but also lean into the energies that if they're prickly and they're coming at you, they're a lesson. Maybe you were that in another life or another dimension or time, and there's something there that needs healing. I mean, obviously that my little like session with that person at the beginning of this, that was part of it, like that, you know what I mean, like that all had to happen, that all meant to be, and it needed to, because like I said, my inner child needed to break free. So in these energies this week, lean into them. And then Leo comes in, and we'll be in Leo energy, which is fire, but we'll still be in the Cancer moon, which is water, and water can put fire out. So be mindful of that until we go to the new moon in Leo in August, because the new moon in Leo in August is also, oh gosh, you guys, this is gonna like kind of flip your wig. It's a big one. So let me find it. Yeah, so the new moon in Leo is August 12th. It's on a Wednesday, but it's also a total solar eclipse. Okay. There's also, is it the Perseid meteor shower? I don't have my glasses on. I can't see. But it's a big day. It's a lot of things are going to be happening. The Lionsgate portal is 8/8 is the Lionsgate portal. So there's going to be a lot happening over the next several weeks. And then, and this month we have the full moon. I didn't know we were going here, but I guess we are. Yes, then we have the full moon in Aquarius on July 29th. A lot of intense energy. So several, like, what is this? Like, so basically the next 6 weeks, because then we have Lammas, which I kept saying Lunessa. I don't know why I always get them confused. But Lammas is like midsummer, right? That's the beginning of August. And then, like I already told you what's happening on the 12th with the new moon in Leo. And then the sun enters Virgo on the 22nd of August. And then on the 28th of August, we have the full moon partial lunar eclipse. So basically until the end of August, there's going to be so much change and transformation. It's going to be really overwhelming, but they want us to rest when we want to rest, relax when we want to relax, and when we're pulled to work. And if you're in a lifestyle or whatever, they're like trying to push us into the lifestyle that actually works for us. This is the huge change and transformation they've been talking about. But yeah, so work with dandelion spirit medicine, work with yarrow spirit medicine. I'll put some more information when I'm done. There's information in the description box. If you'd like to work with me one-on-one or contribute in any way, thank you. Remember, prayer is free. It's a beautiful form of exchange of energy if it's not in your wheelhouse to do other stuff. But yeah, I think we're gonna jump in. Are we gonna jump into the readings now, Spirit? Okay, now we may refer back to this stuff. I feel like, is there something on here I didn't read? No, I think I got everything. We'll refer back to it though if we need to. So is it in any, let's take a water break. Let's drink some water before we jump into reading one. This has been intense. Oh man, and then I'm running errands after this. Woo! No one, I kept getting the vibe from Spirit that they wanted me to do nothing on Monday and Tuesday, and now I know why. Because energetically, it's like I can only take so much, especially because I'm going to be going out into the world after this. So nice, but I'm getting good energy, Let's call in some healing energy. Ooh, healing energy. Oh, sorry to my earplug people. I like to warn you when I do that, but Spirit I felt like my hand that was a big one. I usually try to start more like that, but they were like, let's break up that energy that was in here. The other thing too is not to, I know it's hard for some people to hear, but they may think they're like preaching gospel or like helping, but they're actually being driven by a dark shadow. They just don't, it's just wrapped up in their little church bubble and their little Bible book. And I don't say that to be a dick. I know I come off that way and it comes off as ego, but it's just my awareness, it's just, I've always known, you know there were times when I was a kid, they wouldn't let me go to Sunday school, right? So they made me go to big church. There'd be times where I would just be like, that's not true. Like, I would just get angry, or like I'd be like kicking my feet and like, and my family was just like mortified, and I'm like, it's not true. I'm like, that's not true. It's a made up story. Like, I just always knew it. So anyway, and that's not ego, it's just soul knowledge. And if somebody doesn't tap into who they are, they'll never know, right? Okay. This is an intense session, you guys. This is not for the faint of heart. If you're watching, whenever you watch this, if I don't get to edit it before because I do have to run my errands, um, I'll try and throw in the edits as fast as I can, but I also feel like I need to write a description of the first part. It'd be like, warning, Will Robinson, warning. Like, this is, if you were a church kid, this is going to trigger you. Because I honestly felt like, you guys, okay, I just have to say this. I really genuinely felt like I had like just a whole bunch of energy behind me. People, but like, I felt like there was like the anger and suffering and frustration of like all of my ancestors that were like, fuck you. I like ran away from who I was because of your malarkey bullshit. Like, no, it was just like everybody wanted to have a say. So, in the moment when I was interacting with them, I was like, but I could tell you energetically, like they were getting off on it. And that's the thing too that used to drive me crazy is, did you ever, if you're sensitive like me, you know what I'm talking about, but those people like the narcissists, like that get off on it. There's a lot of narcissism in religion. And they love it because they can get off on it by being like this, like, but I've got this to back me up, and I'm the voice of God. The voice of God works through me through this book. It's like you can put your hand on a Bible and still not mean anything. You know what I mean? It's like you can be sworn in as a leader of a country, but not believe in it. I mean, there's so many things right now I can say and go into, but I won't. So that was amazing. I almost felt like I feel like, oh, I love it. Robin Williams is here. He's like, do you remember when, because when I was a kid, I used to watch Mork and Mindy, and like when the little devil guy would come up and he'd come in and he'd go, Beelzebub. We love you, Beelzebub. Thank you for your help and service, but it's no longer needed here. Goodbye. Goodbye, shadow. I mean, it's part of it. It's always going to be here, but that part of it, right? That sinister part that like wants to creep in and like tell us like this and that. Don't like that person. They're not one of us. It's like, what kind of fucking, that's sorcery. I mean, that's the irony of like a lot of these religions. It's like they say that, oh, I'm a witch. I'm a witch. I'm like, why? Because I'm telling you to respect the planet that we live on and treat it well. And I'm telling you that our actual creator is, I'm a divine, we are all divine, but your book tells you that you're small. Your book tells you that you're minimal, that you're, my creator, my deity, my God, goddess, consciousness, energy tells me that I'm unlimited, right? I can create anything I want to create. That's the beauty of being human. That's Earth. It's expanding our soul and our awareness. So they have a right to come on into the world and speak their truth, but I also have a right to speak mine as well. And, I think that's why I started singing Kumbaya and stuff, because, when I would go to Bible camp and all that shit and, making macaroni art, and I did love Vacation Bible School, but I only loved it because it was something different and I got to be creative. The church part was not my favorite. I just wanted to go play with my friends and make art, and, I wanted to be a part of that energy, So anybody can preach a book over and over and over, and it's like anything else, it's like you can read a book or watch a movie at a certain age and then go back to it every decade, and you're going to see it completely differently. You're going to pick up things completely differently. You're going to respond differently because you're different. We are meant to change and evolve and grow. We are not meant to be controlled. We are not meant to be in this, blinded way of thinking. So with that being said, are we ready for reading one? Are we ready for reading one? Okay, you guys, we're diving into the cards. We're going into reading one. Okay, so let's see. I wrote so much on my book, I don't even have a place for timestamps. But I'm going to go put them over here on the 13th, the Monday Moon Day, because that is one of my favorite days. Okay, so 119, you guys, and it's the 19th today. So 11901 is 1. Okay, cool. So we have 2 and then 3. Okay. Yay, 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 yay. Okay, hold on, you guys. Give me 1 second. So I know that that was the beginning of the reading, but I got this vibe from Spirit to do something really quick. Okay, so technically it's 11901, but let me see. I'm going to put 12023 just in case. Because you're uninvited. Reading one right away, you guys. I'm getting welcome, welcome, welcome. But I'm getting this uninvited energy. Either you're uninvited or they're uninvited, but there's somebody in your energy field. These are just kind of messages you need to hear, but also it's in this energy. So maybe it's, let me see, Spirit, do we want to do this for the week? Okay, this is just for you moving forward from today. Is that it? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Do we want to show any of the cards today to anybody? Do you want me to pull the camera down so they can see it? Does anybody need the visual today? Okay. So we're going to jump right into the cards. Your first card is number 11, Breakthrough. This came through in one of the other readings. I think it's in the description box. So if you were pulled to look in the description box, go to that. I feel like for some of you, this may not be your reading, but the pick a reading that's in the description box is your reading. And that's why, because this card was in there. Both of these cards were in the readings, but I don't believe they were in the same reading. So maybe you're meant to go to both. But I feel like this reading is also, it's different, if that makes any sense. Okay. So in the description box, follow the link. It's the, feather. That's right. That was the one with the feather. Also, for some of you, I'm hearing you need to start stretching every day. Out of nowhere, my back started hurting. I heard some of you are on your feet too much. You're spending too much time on your feet and you're not wearing good shoes. So your back problems are because of that. You can easily remedy that by going outside and putting your bare feet in the grass, in the dirt, rocks if that's all you have, but just in an earth energy for at least 30 to 40 minutes if you can. Maybe just go outside, sit outside, in the shade, the sun, whatever feels good, and read something. Don't go on your phone. You can bring a book or something, but don't bring your phone. Some people don't realize the electromagnetic smog that comes through, especially recently a good friend of mine pointed out that, he's like, yeah, you're on the bus. That's like probably not good energy for you with all those cell phones. And then it's like a metal enclosure and it's just like amping that energy. And I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't even think about that. I was like, that's really profound. I'm like, thank you for sharing that with me. I literally that didn't even occur to me. So, being aware of our surroundings and being aware of the energies in our surroundings. I just got the chills from Spirit. Okay, so let me see. Let me ask Spirit. Do you want me to take off? Do you want me to mute now for them? Do that. I literally didn't even know you can do that, you guys. I didn't even know that you can do that. That's so crazy. Did you guys know that you can go off of live mode and go play something? That's really cool. Now I'm going to have to experiment with that. How fun. This has been one of the most disheveled, discombobulated, but Mercury's in retrograde. We're like at the end of it too. So it's like trying to, pull itself back, to its regular scheduled programming. So I would apologize for this episode being all over the place, but I honestly, with everything that's going on, I'm actually really proud of myself that I'm keeping this together. I have no problem like giving myself a little bit of an accolade for that. Because it's intense out there, and same for you. Also, my pendulum keeps wanting to go in the shape of a star. So I feel like the star is really significant for you guys. I'm also seeing a snowflake and a flower. So maybe that'll give you like a sign that this is your reading. Okay, so we're going to go into this. Osho Zen Tarot has these really cool, like, it's a tarot deck, but it has different quadrants that are just really cool. Their version of like the major and minor arcana. So the breakthrough card comes from, which one is it? The major arcana, the breakthrough is number 11. So if you're familiar with the regular tarot, you know what that one is. I am not, and they're not having me go to it. But okay, so it's on page number 24. But it's really cool. It looks like somebody who's doing some form of karate. They're in like what do they call them? Their gi, their outfit. And they're breaking through a wall. They've broke through the wall, and there's pieces of the wall like coming towards us. Ooh, you guys, I feel like this aligns with, number 24. Look at that, my dyslexia. But you know what, you guys, not everybody is dyslexic. You may have, I went through all these different testing because everybody kept telling me I was dyslexic. And then what I realized was I'm not dyslexic. My brain just goes really, really fast. So it'll get ahead of itself. It'll transpose numbers. And not every brain does that. And I started to realize that was the thing, is like that's my special, like that's what makes me different and special. And that's okay. But it is a different form of a learning disability. So you could be somebody who is, struggling or has struggled with a learning disability, and it's not dyslexia. It's just that you just need to slow down and get grounded, and it's just going to happen sometimes, and lean into it and be like, that's just, you may master it in this lifetime. I don't know. But I just get the vibe from Spirit. It's like, it's not that important. What's important is getting grounded in ourselves. And maybe you guys are having a breakthrough right now. I just got the chills. Hold on. I'm moving on to the book. So it says, the predominance of red in this card indicates at a glance that its subject is energy, power, and strength. The brilliant glow emanates from the solar plexus, or center of power, on the figure, and the posture is one of exuberance and determination. All of us occasionally reach a point when enough is enough. At such times, it seems we must do something, anything, even if it later turns out to be a mistake, to throw off the burdens and restrictions that are limiting us. If we don't, they threaten to suffocate and cripple our very life energy itself. If you are now feeling that enough is enough, allow yourself to take the risk of shattering the old patterns and limitations that have kept your energy from flowing. In doing so, you will be amazed at the vitality and empowerment this breakthrough can bring to your life. Speaking of, you guys, while I was reading yours, if you didn't watch the first part of this, because you may have just got here when I've already like edited it because it's live now, but you might be at the point where it's being, it's been edited and you just went straight to the reading. You didn't watch things before, that's fine. But if you are going through something like this, you may want to go back and watch that, because that's what I realized what happened, at the beginning of this. I was literally being antagonized by a Christian, like being antagonized, being bullied. And that's what I realized is that's why I had such like an aversion to church and state, kind of like that, like the politics, the religion, like the, these forms of conformity, that it just felt wrong. I'm like, every fiber of my being felt like it was wrong. And finally I was just like, I gotta get out of here. And I broke free, and I like kind of ran away from home when I was 23, drink some water, to go on to greener pastures, to find more out about the world. I'm 54 now. And, I've seen so many things and traveled so many places and experienced, and you start to see how beautiful Earth is, how magical we all are, and how much, not just my country, but like all over the world, we've been repressed by this, like this control and greed and power. And today is the day where that stops. The buck stops here. Everybody is waking up so fast, if not already awoken, and they realize that this is just such bullshit, that we've been under this guise of lies for years and years and years. Drink some water. And there's a part of you that's angry, and that's okay. That's what happened there. I was angry because my inner child got tired of being told they were wrong, that they needed to conform, that they needed to be like everybody else, and this is the book we follow, and this is the, like in my house it was like we were Republicans, end of story. We were Christian, right-wing Christian Republicans. That's who we were. That's what we stood for. But over the years, the Republicans have like, and Abraham Lincoln was a Republican. The Republican Party were the people of the Republic. And over the years, they've like slithered and gone into each other's, and they're all together. They're all connected. I saw some of the most gross, vile shit I've ever seen in my life working in politics for years, and high-end politics. You just, when you see the fakery and the fuckery and the bullshit, and you can't go back in the box. Once you're out of the box, you're out of the box. That's it. But when you're in the box, you think that's all there is, and that's okay. But I feel like if you found yourself here today reading one, like you've broken out of the box. Now you're ready. You're ready. The conformity doesn't belong to you. You understand that this is your world, and you get to do what's in your greatest and highest good. Your connection to the Creator, your connection to the divine. It's really powerful. Okay, so the second part of this says, to transform breakdowns into breakthroughs is the whole function of a master. The psychotherapist simply patches you up. That's their function. They're not there to transform you. You need a meta psychologist, the psychology of the Buddhas. It is the greatest adventure in life to go through a breakdown consciously. It is the greatest risk because there is no guarantee that the breakdown will become a breakthrough. It does become. But these things cannot be guaranteed. Your chaos is very ancient. For many, many lives, you have been in chaos. It is thick and dense. Listen to that. Oh yeah, listen to that guttural, right? Like that energy. Like, I mean, yeah, it's fun to ride on a motorcycle, but they're loud and they're obnoxious. And like, I like peace. I mean, if I'm gonna have noise, like, may it be vibrant and beautiful, right? Like that is just like a, listen to me, I'm going down the road. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of out of control. And I have to back up a little bit. It's so true about like, one of the most profound things that's ever been shared with me by a client was they said, you heal, or they said something like, in one session with you, she's like, I could not come to in 15 years with my therapist. I'm like, you've been going to therapy for 15 years? She's like, yeah. I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm like, I always tell people I hope they have a reading with me and that they never have to talk to me again, or they do, but like in 6 months or like a year, like we have a check-in, kind of help them realign their energy. I'm just there to support them. I'm like, somebody taking your money week after week after week, or people who go like 3 times a week and it's like nothing. It's like, yeah, how would they make a living, right? In their mind, it's like some people pick a profession just because they think it's good money. They don't even give a shit. Some people pick a profession for the hours, for their location, for the whatever. Not everybody picks their vocation through love, which is what we're meant to do. We all have a path and a purpose. We're all called to be what we're meant to be when we're meant to be it, you know? So there's something really profound in your reading right now, because I feel like you guys are seriously at a, I'm so proud of you. Also, your first card is number 11. You are breaking through reading one. You know it, you see it, you feel it, you know it. You know it. So I'm just really proud of you. And you honestly look in the mirror today and tell yourself how proud you are, and keep saying it until you believe it. Say it until you cry and really believe it and say, I'm proud of you. I know it's not perfect. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. You know? All right. So it says, um, here we go, you ancient soul. For many, many lives, you have been in chaos. It is thick and dense. It is almost a universe in itself. So when you enter into it with your small capacity, of course there is danger. But without facing this danger, nobody has ever become integrated. Nobody has ever become an individual, indivisible. Zen or meditation is the method which will help you to go through the chaos, through the dark night of the soul, balanced, disciplined, and alert. The dawn is not far away, but before you can reach the dawn, the dark night has to be passed through. And as the dawn comes closer, the night will become darker. So, especially for those of you who are in the northern hemisphere, I feel like this is like a metaphor for, we just had the summer solstice last month, and now we'll just be every day as we're going further into night. Some of you, some people you may be in the dark night of the soul right now. And maybe that's why you're feeling, and maybe you're going to have a breakthrough. You're like, oh, that's why I'm feeling this way. Because the dark night of the soul will continue until you face those challenges, until you face those quote unquote fears, those obstacles. They're put there for you. They're not there to hurt you or harm you. They're there to help grow you and manifest into what they're meant to be in alignment with your path and your purpose. There's no fear in facing yourself except for fear itself, right? Because you're like, okay, I have to see this thing. I have to know this thing. I have to see this thing in this person. I have to know this thing in this person. Everything I've ever gone through, where I broke up with a friend, family member, significant other, it was always because I knew that was as far as that relationship was going to go for me. And I knew that it would always be the same. And I found myself on the hamster wheel, and the same repetitive conversations or the same jokes or the same things. And they weren't honoring that I had changed and evolved, and that I didn't want to buy into the system. And I didn't, that wasn't a part of me. That's not who I am. And some people had a really, really hard time with that, right? Oh, you think you're so much better than us. I'm like, no, I just don't want to do that anymore. I don't want to drink. My body doesn't want to drink. My body wants to be healthy. And I kept trying to go back, and all that Jealous song, it's on my other channel, Tallulah Wren. There's links on this channel to it, but I, that part where they're like, there's nothing to forgive, but I always thought that you'd come back, tell me all you found was heartache and misery. I'm jealous of the way you're happy without me. And that is very real. People, and also when you're really happy, do you ever notice that people really low will make fun of you for it? When they're in a lower vibration. So the dark night of the soul is something for you to go in and face and work through. But that's where you're going to have all your breakthroughs, right? You're going to have breakdowns. But every time you do, laugh, dust yourself off, and be like, all right, cool, I'm ready for the next thing. But you may have to mourn the loss for a little while, and we're in double Cancer energy, cry it out. But then remind yourself, say, I'm a millionaire. I'm a beautiful soul. I am love. I am amazing. I am kind. I love myself. I am loving. I am magic. I am free. I am blessed. The I ams will really help you through it. The fake it till you make it. But also confronting the shadow. The beginning of this, this person came out of nowhere, right? And they kept baiting me and baiting me and baiting me. And it took me a while. I had to take a break, go outside and ground. And then I realized, I'm like, because that's what happened to me my whole childhood. I was baited so much for being different, for standing out, or, just, I can go on and on and on. And I feel like you went through and suffered the same type of energy. Most likely, if you found yourself here, you're a light worker for sure, but you're most likely an earth angel too. So it's this divinity versus humanity, and it's like, but it's not. They're all one and the same. We come here as this earth school to learn how to integrate all of the energies and the expressions that we get to feel through a physical form here. And it just expands our soul into a different level of consciousness. So that's why it was really frustrating, because I felt like when I was fighting and arguing with that Christian person, um, it was like, I remember somebody had said to me one time, it was a boss, and I think I was lying about something, or I didn't get something done, and I was young. It was a lesson, right? They were teaching me. And I don't know if I'm saying this quote verbatim, but it was so fucking good. But they just looked at me and said, "You know what? Um, oh shit." They said, don't come unarmed to a gunfight," or something like that. And what they were basically saying is, don't pretend like you know something I'm an expert in. Like, this is my field. This is what I've been studying. Don't bullshit a bullshitter, right? Like, they're like, don't come at me with something that's not true. And so that's why it was really frustrating to me, because I'm like, you're saying nothing to me about who you are or whatever. And I'm like, that shows me so much. But it also made me see myself, so it is good to have people to come and, like, quote unquote, test us, right? Even though we may not like it. And I felt like I had failed, and somehow, why wasn't I more like, oh, you're right, thank you, and just mute them and let them go? They're like, because that needed to be witnessed, that needed to be recorded, that needed to bear witness in a different way, right? Because there's a lot of beautiful things in the Bible and in religious texts, right? But then there's a lot of other things that it's part of the sheeple mentality that I couldn't stomach, because I knew with every fiber of my being, from the time I could understand, I knew that this church and this place that I went every week with my family, like, I knew it was fucking bullshit. I just felt it, and I didn't understand why everybody else couldn't see it, or everybody else couldn't understand. Or that I remember the first time I, like, learned and understood what a metaphor was, and remember thinking, like, oh, the Bible's a metaphor. You know what I mean? Because I'm this old ancient being that's studied on Earth, other planets, soul consciousness. I'm a part of the, hand of the Creator. And so are you, if you found yourself here, right? And the irony is, so that person most likely is like us, but they need to break out of that, like, bubble of bullshit from, like, the church and, like, following. And if you don't, you're going to go to HE double hockey sticks, like, that kind of shit is just, it's old. And that's what's barbaric, asking us to conform. And, why do we have things the way we have them? I've been saying a lot lately, ICE is the Gestapo. People don't want to talk about it, but it's the truth. There are so many people fighting back right now because we see beyond the bullshit. We see that love is the common thread, and it doesn't matter what country you come from, what religion you are, who you love, who you sleep with, who you have sex with. We are all here to experience Earth on our own terms individually, not in these cult group energies. And that's what they are. So I was getting frustrated and I was getting angry, because I was like, stop telling me who I am. Stop telling me who I am. And I won't apologize. Like, I'm sure I'll go back and listen to it and be like, oh, I'm actually kind of interested to go back and listen to it, only because you guys couldn't see all the stuff that was going on the screen. I didn't read everything, because I'm like, I'm not going to, I was like, stop spewing scripture. I was like, talk to me as a person, and that's how I've always seen it. And that's the way I feel it is. So people can say, oh, you don't know, I'm like, oh, I do though. That's my gift to you of humanity. I am a hand of the Creator to come here, Christ consciousness embodied. I am Christ consciousness. I am Jesus. You are Jesus. We are all Christ consciousness embodied. And today is the reawakening of that. This is like one of the deepest spiritual awakenings. That's why we have the Barbault basket cradling us with love today. Cradling us, reminding us who we are. If you don't watch the group reading, you might want to go check that out, because we talked about so many beautiful, magical things. But in real time, today is the 19th. In a few days, we have the first quarter moon, which is about taking action. And this sextile energy is all about taking action. You know, it's really powerful, actually. So, what did you say, Spirit? Oh, yeah. So, this energy is all about coming back to creation, opportunities, natural gifts, leaning into what makes us happy. If you love something so much, you were given that for a reason. Express it. Express it every day. Put your love out into the world every day. And even if you are still at your job or whatever, it's like if you're expressing that out into the world every day, the right opportunity will present itself. But I'm hearing from Spirit, like that's where you guys are going to have your breakthrough. And like I said, I feel like some of you are in that sludge, you're in the chaos, you're in the dark night of the soul. But the breakthrough is going to happen because the next card is compromise. And that one is in the rainbow. That's in the minor arcana in the set of rainbows. Oh, it's number 6. I love it. Okay, compromise number 1. Let me put my glasses on. A lot of intense energy. Number 148. 148. Ooh, interesting, you guys. I opened up to consciousness, which is on page 138. Oh, girl. Let me see if they want me to pull any more cards for you guys. Maybe they just want me to read from the book, but this is about your consciousness. And I feel like that's what the breakthrough is. You guys are having the breakthrough that like consciousness is real and that it's an energy. Oh my gosh, I pulled the wrong deck. I pulled the mudras. Let me see if they want me to use this deck. Oh, you guys got the mudra. Cheerfulness. So check in the community section. I don't know when they'll have me post these pictures, but they'll have me post pictures of the cards. So look out for the mudra. They're not having me show it right now. You'll just have to look out for it. But I'll put a picture in there of the mudra for you to work on. It's the mudra for the lungs. Oh boy, what's going on there? Okay, so from Japan, this says this mudra helps to relieve all kinds of lung complaints. In chronic cases, practice the mudra 4 times daily for about 10 minutes. Sorrow, grief, and worry are often associated with weak lungs. Sometimes these emotions are below the level of our consciousness. Holy shit, you guys. I can't make this up if I tried. Like, I literally went to the consciousness book, and I'm just gonna, I don't normally do this, but like, I mean, I'm literally on the consciousness book, and then we have this. There are no accidents. Oh, they're saying I can show you the mudra. So you're meant to take a screenshot. Ooh, next to the Buddha. Yeah. Oops, let me do this rock right here. Okay. All right, so take a screenshot, but it'll also be in the community section. This is the mudra to work with. So cheerfulness. Okay, so cheerfulness, take a deep breath. This is a message from Spirit. You're going through a lot all at once. Take deep breaths, go slow. Mercury's in retrograde. There's so much happening. It's overwhelming to a lot of people right now, the transition on the planet. It's like the shadow and the darkness won't even be able, like the energy will just crumble underneath them, you know? So even when you're in the dark night of the soul, you may feel like you're in the pit of it, and you're just like, when is this ever going to end? You know what's going to happen? It's just going to crumble away, and it's going to happen so quickly. But how it's going to mostly happen is for you guys to stay in a high level vibration and stay in the I ams. I am beautiful. I am kindness. I am love. I am loving. I'm a millionaire. I'm amazing. I'm one of a kind. I'm royalty. I am free. I am blessed. I love myself. When you lean into that energy, that's when you will have these breakthroughs. Because if you're sitting in sorrow, grief, and worry, of course you're not, woe is me, right? Like, we're doomed. I just know it. Or like Debbie Downer, It's like if you stay in that energy, then how can you evolve and change and grow? And it's difficult, right? And it's hard. I've had days where, like, talk about fake it till you make it, where I'm like crying. I'm in such a dark place. And then all of a sudden I'm like, I'm crying. I'm like, I'm beautiful, you know. And it reminds me of that little shorts that was going around everywhere with the little girl. I think she gets hurt and the dad picks her up, and he's like, it's okay, she's crying, and he's like, remember, he's like, I am strong. She's like, I am strong. He's like, I am beautiful. She's like, I'm beautiful. It was so cute. That's what I feel like. That's what Spirit's saying to you. Um, but you know, because you just got to talk yourself out of that. My eye's twitching. If your eye is twitching, it's because you're on overload. Slow the fuck down. You are on overload. You need to calm down. You need to go slow, slow, slow. Especially because Leo season is coming in, and Leo is fire, baby. And Leos are like, da, 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 I'm here. So use that energy, but do it in like a chill way instead of being like, I'm here. You know what I mean? Like, see the difference? You can be like, I'm here. The world goes at my pace. I'm going with the flow because I have loving grace and gratitude. Grace and gratitude will get you a long freaking way, okay? But if you're going in the, then that's all you're going to get back. The universe mirrors back to you the energy you put out. So put out loving, healing, flowing with the, you know, summer and winter vibes, right? Summer and winter are more chill. You know, we have spring, we're planting, harvest. In the fall, we're gathering. But in the summer and in the winter, we take it a little more easy. We slow down a bit. We connect with ourselves, with the earth, with the rotation of the earth, because that is what will change you in general, is being connected to the earth. Okay, so this says, sorrow, grief, and worry are often associated with weak lungs. Sometimes these emotions are below the level of our consciousness. All that the affected person is aware of is their inability to be glad about anything. They react pessimistically and cynically to everything that happens. So to change this, we use this mudra and we breathe deeply, slowly, and deliberately. After filling your lungs, keep your breath for 3 to 7 seconds, then breathe out fully. So let's do this together. So we're going to breathe in any way you want to. Some people like to breathe in through their mouth, their nose. I'm not going to tell you what feels good to you. I have heard from doctors that breathing in through the nose and out through the nose is actually better for you. But some people do, like, you know, dragon breath exercises to release energy. So it really is whatever you need personally, okay? So breathe deeply. Let's do that together. Breathe deeply, slowly, and deliberately, filling your lungs. And we're going to hold it for 3 to 7 seconds. Okay, you ready? I did 7. I did 7 because I feel kind of high. Do you ever feel that, like when you like don't let oxygen in for a minute? That's because it kind of it doesn't kind of, it recalibrates your body. Now, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a physician, I never claimed to be one, or a psychiatrist or anything. But if you continue to do that, you will feel how your body will become calm. And if you do that breathing while you do this mudra with your hands, and at the same time, throw in some positive affirmations. I am awesome. I love myself. I did a really good job today. I got more things done on my list than I thought. I didn't finish the list. That's okay. That's all I can do today. Be kind and gentle to yourself, and then you will push harder on certain days, and then know when to rest and relax. Today is a Libra energy. And the Barbault basket was first come into play by Andre Barbault. That's why they call it, it's named after him. He's a French astrologer, and he saw things, right? He wasn't just an astrologer. He was also very telepathic and medium. I honestly, when I saw his picture, I was like, hi, Andre. Like, I swear on all that is holy, I've known him before. Like, I know him. Like, I knew him, and not just like, oh, I saw his picture once, or no, it was like, I was just like, hey, buddy. And I asked him to come in. So he's been here with us, which is really powerful, right? But, you know, we have these energies that come in for a reason. They're here to help us and heal us, and to, you know, give us the growth through our energy cycles. So this says, while you're doing this practice of the breathing 3 to 7 seconds, and also the 3 to 7 is because maybe holding your breath doesn't feel comfortable. So start with 3. You know, some people have different like phobias or certain things, and like it frightens them not to have, I don't like to use fear-based words, but I know that it does frighten some people to not have access to oxygen. That's a scary thing for them. So I just want you to know that it's okay. There's nothing wrong with you. And if you can't do the full 7 seconds, that's okay. Work your way up to it, okay? And that's your mission, should you choose to accept it. It'll help you realign your body, mind, and soul. And getting outside it. Now, mind you, what if you did this? Stood outside barefoot or went outside barefoot and did these breathing exercises while you did the mudra with your eyes closed and meditated for 40 minutes. That way you can have your meditation, connect with spirit, release and let go into the earth, have a good cry if you need to, work through those energies, the sorrow, grief, and worry, healing your lungs all at the same time. So you guys, how wonderful. You're going to have to check in the community section for this if you forget it, or you'll have to come back to this video. It's at 1:54, 1 hour and 54 minutes. Okay, so here is your I am mantra for this session for yourself. When you're doing the mudra, you're outside, you got your feet in the earth, and you're doing the breath work, you're going to say, I am filled with the energy of life. I am filled with the energy of life. And you can think it in your head. It still connects to the universe, whether you speak it out loud or not. So if you're doing your breathing exercises and you can't speak, then you just say it through your mind. Spirit still knows that you're connecting. We don't have to speak. We're all telepathic. I just happen to have the ability. I was born with it. A lot of humans have to work back towards it, but I was born. That was the gift I was giving to help you work through it, okay? Also, the card is number 22, and I feel like that's for somebody. Either you keep seeing 222 or 2222, or you're seeing twos, or twos mean something to you. Okay, so the next card is compromise. This is very interesting. These readings are quite intense. Let me see. Spirit, would you like us to read this side of the book for compromise today? Would you like us to read this side of the book for compromise? Okay, I got the vibe we weren't going to read all of it. So take heed. This says, don't be clever, otherwise you will remain the same. You will not change. Half techniques on the path of love and half techniques on the path of meditation will create much confusion in you. They will not help. But to ask for help is against the ego, so you try to compromise. Well, this compromise will be more dangerous. It will confuse you more because the choice is made out of confusion. And then it will create more confusion. So try to understand why you hanker for compromise. Sooner or later, you will be able to understand that compromise is not going to help you. And compromise may be a way of not getting in either direction, or it may be just a repression of your confusion. It will assert itself. Never repress anything. Be clear-cut about your situation. And if you are confused, remember that you are confused, right? So honor this confusion and sit in the confusion until the clarity comes. This will be the first clear-cut thing about you, that you are confused. So that means you started the journey. And when they say that, they mean like the journey inward. So when they said sooner or later you'll be able to understand that compromise is not going to help, and compromise may be a way of not going in either direction, or a repression of your confusion. So what I got from that is, if you found yourself in reading 1, you're still on that meridian line of like, one side of you is fully into the 5D and one side of you is still in the 3D. Like, I'm obviously still in like 3-dimensional energies, right? Because that's where the world has been for so many millennia. But the more we pull out of this conformity, this control, buying, you want this, the advertising, it's like they're so greedy and they've like overstepped, and Gaia and the universe are like, they're waving their finger going, listen, you were given free will, and the shadow is a great tool to work with, but it is not one to rape, to kidnap, to create slavery or control. And we have been in a mass slavery on the planet for so long, and everybody's waking up to it. Everybody's understanding what's happening. So that's what's crumbling beneath us. That's what the Barbault basket is here, is to give everyone clarity. Now, I'm not an astrologer. I don't know how long this energy is going to last. Research it on your own, because I feel like you're meant to. And I believe it's in the title, but if you don't know, it's Barbault. I believe it's, let me see. It's Barbault, and his name is Andre Barbault. Um, but the basket is the planets, you know, like cradling us, nurturing us, caring for us, looking out for us, showing us the way, showing us that we don't have to compromise anymore. Maybe that's something you've been doing for a long time. You guys, out of nowhere, my stomach started growling like really bad. And I feel like, you know, some of you, either you're starving, I feel like you're starving your soul for what it really needs. And you're giving into this third dimensional energy because you're afraid to be alone. But you have to step out of the comfort zone. Don't be afraid to be alone. Just step outside of the comfort zone. I feel like it started out in like a Willy Wonka, but then it kind of went into like the Wizard of Oz, because this energy today is the part where they come out of the dark forest and that music starts playing where they go, you're out of the woods, you're out of you're into step into the light. So you need to go through it to get to it, is what they're saying. And you're going to have breakthrough after breakthrough, right? That's what the whole awakening is. It's not just one day you're like, I'm awakened. No, the spiritual awakening is like, it's a never ending awakening, because you just fall deeper into like who you are. Hold on. And your consciousness. Sorry, I had to like let out a big burp. I'm like, I could feel that some of you are like, yeah, I mean, drag on, like let your dragon, like let your freak flag fly, like be who you are. Be who you are. All right, you guys, do we have any more messages for reading one? It was so crazy reading one because I feel like, I don't know how to explain it any other way, that I literally feel like you guys, um, it was like it just left, like the energy. So thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of our tribe. If you're new here, welcome back to all of my people, all of our people, our all stars that have been with us a long time. We love you so much. Thank you. All of my information is in the description box if you'd like to work with me personally, or if you would like to contribute to the work that I do on this channel. And always remember that prayer is free. It's about the exchange of energy. But I'm always appreciative as well when it's in your wheelhouse to do so in the third dimensional energy. All right. I love you. Until next time, take good care of yourselves and each other. Blessed be. Aho. Bye. Welcome reading two. Welcome reading two. So I heard music earlier when I was setting up this reading, but I haven't even thought about that song this entire time, this whole 2 hours. So it started playing in my head before I started your reading, right before. So I know this is for you. So I keep hearing there's two songs. This one that I'm about to say first, I just heard. But I kept hearing, we're the kids in America. Oh, we're the kids in America. Oh, do 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 do. Okay, and then I heard Belinda Carlisle, the Go-Go's, dreaming, dreaming is free. Dreaming. I love it. I keep hearing it. Dreaming is free. So, dreaming is free. I feel like that's your theme for this. Hold on one second, you guys. Okay. I've been getting interesting downloads, or like my body's been doing like interesting things. So when I say hold on, it's because I have to put it on mute because it's in live mode. Um, but yeah, I'm getting a lot of interesting energy from you guys. Hold on. Let's get grounded. Let's get grounded. Let me see if they, do you want me to open any more windows or doors right now? It just started to get really hot. Welcome. This must be for you because we just started reading too. That's awesome. Okay. So right now, maybe that's the energy I was feeling. It feels heavy. Whoever came in, their energy felt heavy and dense. Oh, let's break it up. Let's break it up. Let's break it up. Okay, you guys, those who have earbuds on, I'm ringing a bell. Okay. Ooh, that felt good. I really felt that. Did you guys feel that? I felt it clear my energy and in my ears. Also, you're the first reading so far that is calling on a crystal. So Lapis Lazuli wants to work with you. If you have lapis, grab it. If you don't, that's okay. You don't have to have lapis. Also, I feel for you. The heat waves are really bad everywhere. Today is the beginning of another heat wave. I don't know. I've lost count how many heat waves we've had. Where I live in the Pacific Northwest, it is not natural. I'm quite sure there are a lot of people who are very happy about it, especially if they grew up here and never left. They're probably, this has felt like more like a summer, somewhere. But I know for me, like I moved here because I don't like to be hot. It doesn't normally get above 85. It doesn't normally stay really hot for like days on end. It's very temperate and beautiful. I'm on the peninsula in Washington. Also, I'm working with lavender right now, and I feel like for some of you, it's time to bring lavender into your everyday regular life. It's super important that you do real lavender, and lavender that has not had any chemicals or pesticides or anything on it. Mountain rose herbs is a really good one. If spirit calls me to, I'll put some others that I know of, but I just got the vibe from them that you need to chill out. You got to relax. I haven't even looked at your cards yet, but I just literally heard from spirit, like, you got to relax. You just got to relax. I feel like some of you, there's a lot of fear. Let's get into your cards. Okay. So, this, just to give you a little, like, what do they call it when it's like before the story, a prequel, I guess, or a little preview. Before this, if you only came to the pick reading, that's fine. But I had a really interesting encounter. I didn't want to go live today, but Spirit wanted me to. And then I wanted to turn the comments off and they said no. And then I ended up having like this crazy aggressive like thing happen with this Christian person. It was really intense. And I feel like, at least for one of you, you're meant to go and listen to that. Maybe you're meant to have a breakthrough or have some type of like healing, or maybe you need the triggering too. I mean, I'm glad it happened. It was all meant to be. And the second portion, I spoke about that. And then in reading one, we spoke about a lot of different things as well. So this is an intense session. Also, when I looked down, I thought I saw 1212, but it's 1214. But maybe you've been seeing 1212 everywhere, which is also 12 is 3, so you 3 maybe you're saying 33 or 1133 or 333. maybe you're seeing 1212 places, or you keep looking at the clock and it's 1212. I feel like Spirit's trying to get your attention. Okay, so your first card today, oh, it's the mind, and it's the mind in reverse. Now, this does not go on a reverse tarot, whatever, but in the description box, there's another pick a reading that I did called Pick a Feather, or it's like Feather 1, 2, and 3. We use this deck as well. I almost feel like this reading is an extension of that. So if you haven't seen that reading, you might want to go back and check that out as well, because I reshuffled the cards, and then Spirit had me, pull the cards before the reading, but I haven't seen them. And one of these cards for sure was in there, but I don't remember if the other one I feel like was in there. But I also worked on some shorts, so I can't remember. It all kind of runs in together. So the first card you got was the mind. And it kind of looks like the fast forward button on there. I know it's like a picture of something, but it literally looks like a fast forward button, like where like the arrow is going forward. So I feel like you guys are getting before I even go into the book, I'm just going to read what I feel from the cards. I feel like you guys are just getting too wrapped up in your mind. You've got too many things going on at once. It feels like there's like a fire in your brain, like you're just on overload. I'm feeling medium energy. Some of you may be mediums and psychics, and so you're on overload because when you're around, humans, especially ungrounded or really stuck in the third dimensional energy, it feels unsettling. It feels like your mind it's because today the whole excuse me, drink some water. The whole point of the Barbault basket is to give us a realignment with Spirit. So good news, you're gonna come out of that. You're already coming out of that, but today is like a rebirth, a reawakening for our souls to give us a clearer picture and a clearer understanding. And we will start to see over the next several days, weeks, months, and years just how the whole like quote unquote system is going to crumble beneath their feet, and ours as well. But we're going to be, we're going to be caught. Like it's kind of, that's why they call it a basket, right? Like we're being carried by these energies, right? Like we've got Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto are in this beautiful basket shape, which is very, very, very rare. It does not happen for hundreds of years. And I think somebody said 14,000 years, but then I've seen other things that are like, oh, they're talking about something else. I'm not an astrologer. Do your own homework, but I'm just telling you like the notes that I took for this reading. But Uranus is in Leo, and we're approaching Leo season in a few days, which is a fire energy. Uranus is Gemini, which is air energy, and Neptune is in Aries, which is fire energy, and Pluto is in Aquarius, which is air energy. So we've got this polarity of the fire and air energy, which can be really volatile, right? Like if you have a fire, if somebody starts a fire on a day where there's no wind, it's a lot easier to control it than if the winds come through at 20 miles per hour and just pick the, flames up and drop them here and pick them up and drop them there. And then all of a sudden you're like, holy shit, we just lost acres. And, right, that's how things happen. So when people don't want to believe in astrology or call it bullshit or phooey or whatever, and I'll just have my coffee and go to McDonald's, thanks, I'm okay. It's like, okay, well, that's cool. But, the funny thing is they think we're living in the fantasy world, and it's like, no, dude, you're in this bubble. You're in this matrix that was designed and created to control you and your money and your family and everything that you do and everything that you love and care for. In reading 1, we spoke about breakthroughs. So if you were drawn to reading 1, you may want to go check it out. But I feel like for you guys, like you're so wrapped up in your mind that you're not allowing these like healing energies to come in. So one of our other, or I should say 2 other teachers that came in today were the Dandelion and the Yarrow. And the Dandelion is about resilience and transformation. And it's also about wish fulfillment, when you wish upon a star. This past new moon in Cancer, did you set any new moon wishes or intentions? In 2 days from now, we have the first quarter moon, which is taking action on that. So it's okay if you haven't. And even if you watch this 10 years from now, whatever, it's about just, you can always call in the energy of the new moon in Cancer that you want to work with. Or you can, maybe you're meant to see the reading when you're going into a new moon in Sagittarius, right? Because that's the energy that you're meant to work with, or that's the one that like your divine timing comes in, where like all of your wishes are going to come true, you know? If everybody's wishes came true at the same time, you know, it's like we wouldn't be here in this earth school if we weren't always evolving and growing and learning. Drink some water. Also, out of nowhere, my ankles started to really hurt. And I don't know, was that at the beginning of your reading that my feet were hurting? I don't know. I'm just feeling, if it was reading 1, 2, maybe. But I'm just getting this vibe that you guys are just been too hard on your bodies and too hard on your mind and too hard on your soul. The next card that you pulled is number 7, and it's politics. But it has a man with a mask on it. And, you know, he kind of looks like Mask, you know, the Jim Carrey version. He's dressed in like a green suit, but, you know, it's green with envy and there's a snake there. Well, I've been seeing snakes everywhere. And this energy right now is about rebirth. This is all a huge rebirth energy that's happening. The Barbault basket, it says the cosmos initiate a highly significant shift highlighted by this rare Barbault basket, by this rare basket of energy, the way the planets are like nurturing us and holding us and loving us, right? They call it the Saturn sextile, and they say sextiles represent a soft presence, a harmonious aspect, creating opportunities, natural talent, working in the smooth energy of it. Just because we are in a fire air energy, it's like we learn from each other in the polarity. Don't fight it. Lean into it, grow with it. We're also in, you know, the Gemini energy, communication, learning, growth. This is a global renewal that's happening, right, you guys? Like, this is huge. This is a global renewal, is what they've been calling it. So the yarrow brings us courage and balance and healing and protection. So work with these flowers as well. When I'm done with this, at some point, Spirit will have me go back in, and I will edit it, and I'll put things in the community section and in the description box. But with that being said, I'm getting the vibe that that's why, you know, I don't always do this, but I'm being drawn to show you. They had me do it in the other one too, so let me get these together so you guys can see them. Okay, so don't you think it's interesting that in this card, I didn't even notice this till just now because I didn't see him before. But do you see how it's like, this is what's really going on the inside? But it's like, if you took that, it's almost like, I feel like this card is like a representation of like the man, so to speak, like, because it's like politics, but it's also like religion, politics. That's what came up at the beginning of this. I had like a huge like fight with this religious person. It was crazy. It got really out of hand. Well, I got out of hand, and they were telling me to be quiet and calm down and shh and all this. And I was like, oh my God, they're just trying to fuck with me. I'm like, that's what they're doing. They're trying to fuck with me. And that's what that shadow is, trying to fuck with you. Now, listen, I've had tons of snakes all around my property lately. I've been seeing them everywhere, especially the other day I was picking lavender and the snake was there. And I was like, hi, snake. I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm like, this rebirth. I'm like, this is so cool. But then, you know, it's easy because I know that it's a gardener snake. It's not going to hurt me. But this guy is like trying to like sell them and be like, look at this snake. They have hearts on it and clouds. It's really nice. And the person's going to buy it. They're like, isn't that a rattle though? They're like, because maybe you're like, does the snake bite? And, you know, they're like, no, the snake doesn't bite. They took your happiness and joy away. And you know what I'm saying? Like, do you see? It's like they almost like pulled your face off. It's like they're controlling you like a fucking puppet. And even though you see that it's a rattlesnake, everything inside of you tells you that it's a rattlesnake. You still buy it. And then you're surprised when the snake bites you and lets you down, you know? When it fucking bites your animal and they die and you're like, what the fuck? I knew better. Why did I listen? Because you want to believe what you want to believe. You want to stay in the world with your eyes shut, and Spirit's like, but you can't do that, right? This is like your true awareness, you know? It's like, it's almost like you're bandaged up. Oh, reading 2, my heart goes out to you, honestly. because I know this energy. That's why I got so upset in the beginning, because, you know, I was just sold a bad bill of goods for a really long time too. And I knew it was wrong. But listen, the number 7 is about cycles, and you guys are at the end of this. You see the fakery and the fuckery. Don't let them in. This person at the beginning of this video tried to like control the narrative with the Bible. They tried to control me with scripture. And I was like, and I was getting so angry and so mad. And it took me a while to like go and compose myself and come back. But then I came back and I spoke about it. And I was like, what a great lesson. But I'm like, it's bullying. It's a form of bullying. And I feel like maybe this is even you. Maybe you're the one that's lying to yourself about where you're living, where you're working. And you're like, oh, I can handle this. Oh, I can do this. Oh yeah, everything's fine. And Spirit's like, is it? Is it? Because that looks like not very fine to me. And this looks like an F, and I feel like this is saying like it's fucked up. You deserve better. Also work with the rattlesnake spirit medicine. I think it's powerful because it's in your card. Okay, so you just go into whatever search engine you work with and just look up rattlesnake spiritual meaning, spirit medicine, whatever feels good. Okay. These are some of the notes that I took as well today, so I don't know who this is for, but I feel like, and I know that my writing is hilarious, and I could barely read my own writing, but I feel like somebody needed this. Let me see, and you can take a screenshot if you need to, but let me see, I'm going to put you back down over here. Let me see if they want me to go into the book. They're like, you need to rotate your device back. Okay, hold on. Maybe they need it for you guys. Okay, I did. Well, it's still going, right? I hope. Maybe I have to do it this way. I don't want to mess it up. Oops. Mercury's in retrograde. I'm being very cautious with how I'm doing this. Nope. I think it's fine. Maybe you guys just needed to see it again. All right, I'm going to go back over here and see what happens. And if they tell me whatever, then is it okay? Is it still recording? Is it still recording? Okay. All right. Do we need to go into the book on these right now? Either of these cards? Is it in reading 2's greatest and highest good for me to go into any of the book on these cards? No, because, you know, sometimes the book is great and sometimes it can make it even more confusing. I do have a mudra deck, and reading 1, they had me pull a mudra. So let me see if, do we have a mudra or more than one mudra for reading 2 right now while they're going through their change and transformation period? Okay. I feel like you might be getting more. I was going to say, I feel like you're getting more than one. Yep, you got more than one. All right, let's see which one wants to come first. Okay. So the second one wants to come first, and it says patience. Patience. It says patience mudra. This mudra fortifies the liver, regulates the body temperature, and helps to balance out strong emotions and inner conflicts. Wrap the first 4 fingers of one hand around the ring finger. I will, let me see if they want me to, do you want me to put a picture? Okay. They want you to work with this right now. Okay. Patience. This is your mudra. Take a screenshot. I will also put pictures in the community section. Okay. This is the back side. Okay, so now you'll know what you can do the mudra. Okay. So it says wrap the first 4 fingers of one hand around the ring finger of the other whilst pressing the thumb onto the middle of the palm. And it says everything which grows regenerates. During a healing process, for instance, everything which grows develops, and everything which grows unfolds and needs a certain time. Instead of impatiently frittering our energies away, we can use the times of waiting for better things. Exactly. Like you guys are too much in your head. It's like, I feel like in the times you're meant to be like relaxing, or like maybe you're getting the monkey mind before bed, or like your alarm goes off, and instead of just like grounding and centering your human body, you're just like, boom, like a dart right out of bed. Instead, when you wake up in the morning, if you live by an alarm, or some type of thing that wakes you up, give yourself a few seconds. Now, I understand that some of you are parents and, but if your kids, maybe, set boundaries with your kids. Obviously, if they're at certain ages, whatever, but, set boundaries and say, I need just like 5 minutes when I wake up, or just give me a few minutes, even just 1 minute, just taking a few deep breaths and, say some positive affirmations for the day or for yourself. I love myself. I am beautiful. I am happy. I look forward to the day today. I go in the flow of the universe. Thank you, Spirit. Start it with gratitude, taking at least 3 deep breaths. I got from I think it was from Dr. Mendel, where when you're laying in bed, when you first wake up, have put your feet frontwards and backwards, backward and forward, 30 times. Do it slow. It just wakes your joints up and your ankles. It'll help with any ankle pain. Same with your pelvis. When you're laying down, you could do it before or after you do the ankles, whatever feels comfortable. But, pull your legs together in like the butterfly position while you're on your back, like have your legs in the air and with your flat part of your feet connecting with each other, right? And just open your pelvis. Just open your pelvis area. It's kind of like letting your body know, I'm waking up. We're going to be using you today, avatar. Our avatars deserve our attention. They deserve our trust and taking care of them, because we cannot live here without it. By the way, you guys, this patience mudra is on page 43, which is also the number 7. So 7s are about cycles. I'm telling you, you guys are at the end of something. Okay, so there's that. And the impatience, yeah, it's like you could be in the waiting room of spirituality. That just happens sometimes. It happens to all of us. It happens to the best of us. We all go through it. Sometimes you're just in a waiting period, and sometimes Spirit's waiting for you to pull yourself out of the situation that you're in. So the last bit of advice from the Patience Mudra says, think of a tall, majestic tree and the prime of life, and ask it to share its patience, steadfastness, perseverance, strength, and inner composure with you. You inhale its energies with long, deep breaths. And your mantra is, my patience and inner calm increase from moment to moment. So this is literally a wake-up call to slow down, that patience is a virtue, and it's a virtue in the sense that it will help you when you're in the waiting room, when you're in the waiting period, right? So in order to get to that inner calm and get out of that monkey mind, you just have to go from moment to moment. Don't be in a moment that already happened. You can't go back and change it. It's done. And don't be in a moment that hasn't happened yet, because you could actually completely confuse the situation. When we put our energy in the future, we're not allowing our energy in the present to fully present itself and integrate. Okay? So your second mudra is enthusiasm. Yay, a new start. Yay, reading 2. Yeah, they're saying get your mind right. Don't get fooled and controlled by the society, because political card is also like society. You know what I mean? It's like, don't go with that bullshit. Do what makes you happy. Do what you love. And be patient with it. Work with these mudras in the meantime. Okay, so let me get you onto this one. So here's your other mudra. I just put a bunch of lavender on the floor under my feet. It feels so good. Okay, so here is your enthusiasm, a new start mudra. So you can work with, the patience mudra and this mudra in your meditation. If you're someone that antsy in your pantsy, then start out small. Do each mudra for a minute each, and then keep building until you're in meditation and you're feeling so good you don't even realize your hand's in that position for a long time. And it takes practice, by the way. I've been working with the mudras, and my hands get sore, because also I work outside for, my job. I work in landscaping and stuff. So I'm using my hands a lot, but I thought that the mudras would be easier because of that, but it's not, because you're still working different parts of your hands and your fingers. Okay. And here's the back part. Okay. I feel like they want me to read the mantra first. I start afresh and taste the beginner's eagerness. You guys, it's number 11. Come on. The angel number. If you were drawn to reading 1, they had angel number 11 in there as well. So just to put that out there. Okay, so this is the Narayana mudra. I might be saying it wrong. Dedicated to the spirit of new beginnings. This mudra helps at the start of things, like a new project or when you plan a change in your circumstances. It activates the energies needed for getting down to it, for keeping going, for patience, and for optimism. Regularly starting anew is as much a part of life as the spring is part of the year. Even the oldest of trees produce new branches, leaves, and blossoms, and the smallest beginning can produce great things. A fresh start brings new impetus, pulls one out of a rut, presents a welcome challenge, helps us to dare, and brings excitement and success into our lives. Just like the dandelion, the wish fulfillment. In your mind's eye, you can already see what is freshly emerging. You work on the picture until it completely meets your needs, desires, and possibilities and fires your enthusiasm. And it's not an accident that in 4 days from now, 3 days from today, we will be the new moon in Leo. We'll be going into the fire energy of Leo. So fresh new starts. Like, we just had the new moon in Cancer last Tuesday, but we're going to be going into a new beginning of the fire energy. So right now we're water on water, but we're going to be water and fire. And, water tends to put fire out. So you're going to have to, just live with it side by side, working through the emotions, but not letting them control you while you're taking action and going after, all of your natural talents and opportunities and creating opportunities, right? And enthusiasm, keeping those, while you're in the patience mode, just enjoy it. Enjoy the ride. In real time, this is during summer and winter months in the northern and southern hemisphere. Just chill. I just harvest a bunch of lavender. Go see if you can go find somewhere to harvest some lavender. Maybe there's a you pick lavender farm near you. If not, get yourself some good fresh lavender with no pesticides and things like that. Lavender will really, really help you through that. But also, yarrow came through, dandelion, and lavender. Between those 3, honestly, you could survive. Like all 3 of them are super powerful healing and food, So work with them. I don't know, can you eat yarrow? I shouldn't say that if I don't know for sure. And I don't know, is my book still out here? No, I think I packed away my witchy books. Anyway, but I know yarrow is for wounds and it's good for protection. Also, I harvested rosemary this week, which is also another great one for protection, and you can eat that as well. Really great herb for, just research all of these things. Like I said, I'll put things in the description box once I edit this, but right now I'm going live. So, okay, Spirit, do we have any more messages for reading 2 at this time? Oh, do you want to go into the book for the tarot now? Do you want me to pull any more tarot for this reading right now? Do I want to pull any more mudra cards for this reading? Oh, you guys need some deep healing. We're going to go in for another mudra. We're going in for another mudra. Okay, let's put your other mudras right here with your cards. I'm just going to put the mudras on top of your cards because I feel like you're in the, it's interesting too because you have patience and enthusiasm. So I feel like they want you to get excited about being in the rest period. Like, here's the thing. We were trained to believe, like, if you're not moving or you're not working, you're useless. We were trained to believe that if you rest, that you're weak. It's the opposite, right? Even the mightiest of soldiers or athletes know they have to rest. Their muscles have to rest. My throat chakra's coming out, right? Our bodies have to rest. Okay. Oh, I just pulled out 2. They were kind of like stuck together. Hold on one second. Sorry about that. I'm running errands today, and I would think that I made sure that all my alerts are on, but my friend's coming to pick me up at a certain time, and I said, just text me when you're on your way. but I thought I heard a car door. Anyway, I opened the door too, so it's going to be a little bit louder, but at least you can hear the wind chimes. That's nice, and you can hear the wind blowing. And I just connected with Earth. It feels good. Okay, so the next two we have are equanimity, which says smile, and the other one is upside down, and it says stability. I shall keep going. Interesting. Stability was upside down, but I'm going to show it to you right side up. So here is the smile. That's that mudra. And then here is, and I'm going to put pictures of these in the community section when I'm done, or maybe later today. Always look out. If I don't do it right away, it's because Spirit wants people to take a break. Okay, so here is the other side of this one. I know the lighting, I'm getting a weird shadow right now. But again, they'll be in there. It's just so you can kind of see it if you want to take a screenshot and read along. It's also, you know, Sunday midday where I live, and it's gorgeous outside. So people are, you know, loving it. Okay. So on the first card, the equanimity, smile, it says Shakini Mudra, dedicated to the goddess of the throat chakra. Oh, you guys, I can't make this up. You know, we've been talking about the throat chakra like throughout this reading. Like at the beginning, I felt really horrible that I'm like, why did I let them get me riled up? But then Spirit was like, no, sometimes we have to get riled up. Sometimes we have to speak our truth, and it may not be pleasant, and it may come out and not the way that we want it to. But sometimes we just have to express our anger or express ourselves. And I had all these breakthroughs, right? Speaking of reading one and breakthroughs, I had all these breakthroughs from my inner child and trauma and being raised, you know, by hypocrisy and lies. And it was like my child was like, no. And I feel like that's where you guys are. You're meant to speak up for yourself. Also, I just noticed this is 33. Did we not just say 33? Oh, that's so crazy. Okay, so this is dedicated to the goddess of the throat chakra. This neck mudra is good for the thyroid gland. It loosens tension in the neck, the jaw, and the head, and promotes communication between the head, heart, and belly, both literally and figuratively. You guys, I woke up with the worst neck ache I've had in a while. I actually had to put lavender oil all over my neck and like the top of my spine and under like my like, you know, in the back of my neck and my shoulders. I was like, what is going on with my neck? So I feel like some of you may be struggling with that. So there you go. Work with this equanimity smile mudra to help heal that, okay? It says, first lay your hands on the back of your neck. Press gently with your fingers, raise your chin, and then stroke your neck towards the front at least 8 times. Then form the mudra, letting your lower jaw hang loosely. Each time you breathe out, say, la, la, la. Sorry, I had to release. Ooh, that was intense. Okay, so do this. If you want to do it now, let's do it together. So it says, first, lay your hands on the back of your neck. Press gently with your fingers. Raise your chin. Okay. And then stroke your neck towards the front at least 8 times. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh yeah, do you guys feel that? It's pulling out the tension. It's pulling out the stress. I can feel it. Wow, that's intense. Oh shoot, I forgot to say la la la. Okay, hold on. Okay, so raise your chin, then stroke your neck at least 8 times. Then form the mudra. You guys do that. Let me see if I can get this too. All right, so I didn't do the other one with you guys, but I was formed to do this. So we stroke the neck, then do the mudra, and then say la, la, la. That's so funny. Do I have the wrong way? Okay. I don't think I'm supposed to do it when I'm doing it with you guys because I think it just throws off my energy. Okay. But you get the point. So work on this on your own, okay? It says, do your heart and belly agree with the daily decisions that your head makes? And what about the big important ones? Or do you demand from yourself and others too much, too little, or something that really isn't yours? Yeah, I feel like you guys are trying too hard to control everything, coming back to that mind card, right? So this mudra is here to help you with this. This is a really good healing reading for you guys. I didn't know these were going to be so insightful and healing. They're really, I mean, I kind of figured because today is just so magical, but that's really powerful. Okay. Whoo, and ask yourself those questions. That's really important. Do your heart and belly agree with the daily decisions, right? Like, so when you're making a decision, is your gut, like your belly, like your intuition telling you no, but you're doing it anyway? Or is it the vice versa? You know? So get them on the same page. And what about the big important, decisions that you're making? Are you aligning with your head and your heart? Because if you're not, then that's not for you, right? Oh, my ears are ringing. Do you demand from yourself and others too much? Or are you asking too little? Or is something not yours? Stop trying to control the situation. Get out of the mind. Also, there could be those who are trying to control you. I just put that card in between the two tarot cards. Like they're there to like heal that right now. We're working on that for you. Okay, so this stability mudra says, I shall keep going. So this is another mantra, right? Like I shall keep going. Wait, did you have a mantra for this one? Oh yeah, here it is. The mantra for the Shakini mudra, the one we just did, equanimity, smile. It says, my heart knows what is good for me. This is the basis of my actions. So listen to your heart when it's calling for you. Listen to your heart. There's nothing else you can do. I don't know where you're going, and I don't know why. I think I'm saying it wrong, but you get it. Listen to your heart before they say goodbye. So listen to your heart, right? That's powerful. My heart knows what is good for me. This is the basis of my actions. Okay, so the mudra of life is from the stability, I shall keep going. And it says, the Pran mudra strengthens the eyes and brings inner peace, stamina, and confidence. With its help, you can take setbacks in your stride and keep going through thick and thin. We are much stronger and resilient than we think we are. Hello, the dandelion came in today to tell us resilience. So work with dandelion spirit medicine, bring some dandelions into your house, keep them around. Keep dandelions in your house. It's so powerful. And at night they close up. It's really cute. And then they reopen in the morning when the sun comes out. They're so smart. Dandelion energy, resilience, transformation, and wish fulfillment. When you wish upon a star. I keep hearing that in my head. That was so off key. Anyway, so we are much more strong and resilient than we think we are. A constructive and positive inner attitude will help to activate and use the latent staying power within you. Imagine that there is a fire burning in your innards, which gets more and more powerful with every breath which you take. The fire is there to strengthen and rejuvenate your body, to warm your heart, and to clarify and enlighten your mind. And we were just saying, we're on the precipice of the Leo energy coming in, the fire energy. So I feel like you guys are at the beginning of something really powerful, really important. If you found yourself here right now, this is your reading too. Go back and watch it. We're almost wrapping it up. Oh, and you guys, I just realized that your card is number 2 as well. That's so awesome. There'll be pictures of them in the community section. So this mantra says, my inner fire possesses me, strengthens me, and reveals to me my abilities and my possibilities. Right? So you possess the fire and the strength that you need to keep going on this path, to make these changes, to, it's like a muscle, right? Like you got to keep working at it to strengthen it. And that's why you're struggling, because you're in one world and you're in another world and you're like having a really hard time. Reading 1, we spoke about that, about compromise. There's different versions and definitions of compromise. But when you're compromising yourself, like you're totally in the 5D, like you found yourself here, right? Like you found this reading, you found this information. You're like, oh my gosh, that's what I think too. I'm not crazy. Thank you for telling me I'm not crazy, right? But yet you're still going to church every Sunday and you're still going to the same job, where people don't believe in spirituality or whatever. They're still stuck in the matrix. They're not like applying themselves to their spiritual awakening. Then you are going to feel lost and you are going to feel impatient. That's of course. So your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to stop compromising on what you believe, or you stay in those jobs or you stay in those places, but you stay strong to who and what you are all the time. You're not trying to change anybody, but you also won't allow people to bully you for what you believe in and what, you know, I've had to leave jobs and friendships and family because some were cool or quote unquote put up with me, put up with what I believe in, but they're like, oh, you're a bunch of phooey. That's a bunch of malarkey. And I'm like, well, if you, that's okay. You don't have to believe it. But at the same time, like, I don't tell you, even if I don't believe what someone believes, I don't constantly bash them about it and say, I'm right and you're wrong. That's a form of control. That's like in that mask card, right, from the tarot. Spirit, before we leave reading 2, would you like me to read anything from the tarot book? Do we want to pull any more mudra cards for reading 2? Do we have any more messages for reading 2 at this time? No, that's it. So, I mean, I feel like all of these cards just came together in a validating way. Also, I noticed that you guys, I'm just going to do this so you can see, but this is kind of cool. I mean, look at how your cards are green and orange and like it's like fire. So I get the vibe from spirit. They're like, you stay grounded. Like you stay grounded. Like it's really important for you to stay super, super grounded during these fire energy, because then when the moon in Leo comes in, it'll be like fire, 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 and it can feel kind of outrageous and volatile. And Mercury is going direct in a few days, but then we also have eclipse season coming up, and the Lionsgate, well, the Lionsgate portal will be here before the eclipse season, but you know, stay as grounded as you can, work with these mudras and work with these energies. Okay, I just got a thing from spirit that it's time. Is it time to end reading 2? Okay, you guys, until next time, take good care of yourselves and each other. If you'd like to work with me personally, or if you'd like to contribute to this channel in any way, all of my information is in the description box. There's also a link to the last pick a reading I did, Pick a Feather, which is very connected to this reading as well, I'm noticing. So you may want to check that out for further or deeper information. All right, you guys, I love you. We'll see you next time. Blessed be. Oh, bye. Hello, beautiful souls, and welcome to reading 3. We're finally wrapping it up. This has been an intense 3 hours, let me tell you. Lots of lessons, lots of learning, lots of inner child trauma. Oh my gosh, this Barbault basket has been one of the most incredible things. And I should have known because, welcome to the new people. Welcome back to those of you who keep coming back, especially our all-stars. Thank you with grace and gratitude for being here and being a part of this journey, this lesson, these teachings. We had an aggressive yet needed interaction at the beginning of this when it started. I'm sure when I'm done with your reading and we wrap this up, Spirit will have me go in and put in some, I almost said price tags, so funny, timestamps. Ooh, maybe price tag means something to you right now. Maybe you're somewhere listening to this and you're like, holy shit, I'm shopping, right? Like sometimes the weirdest, that's what being a medium, right? That's what happens sometimes. Things just come in and I'm like, I have no idea why I'm thinking something or feeling something or whatever. And then one of you guys will put in the comments, you'll be like, holy shit. Like one of the last ones, one of our all-stars, Jessica, was like, I can't believe you brought that up about the unicorns, because I was talking about how unicorns don't like to be ridden or something. And she's like, I just said that to somebody, or she got a download from Spirit. So she stopped using her unicorn floating device in the pool. I'm like, you're hilarious. But yeah, because unicorns are amazing and they're really beautiful. It's like, like a dragon. You don't ride a dragon unless a dragon says you can ride them. You know what I mean? It's like that's not going to happen. So I'm excited to see what cards you guys have. Yeah, you were the one. I remembered. I was like, one of these readings has like more than 2. So they didn't have me pull the Mudger cards right away for the other readings, but right away I pulled the Mudger cards. So you guys, okay. Let me see. Do you want me to do the Mudger card first? Do you want me to tell them about it? Okay. I can give you a hint. It has a rainbow on it. It's kind of cool. Okay. So reading 3. Also, we did this has been kind of interesting because it was the encounter. I think that's going to be what I call it, the encounter. The encounter that I had at the beginning of this, it felt really fucked up and demonic. It was so crazy. I feel like I'm going to be going through that for a minute. I feel like that's going to be a really good podcast. And if you are new here, I have a section, look at my playlist, but there's a section for podcasts. It's called the Podcast Prophet. I actually just put up a podcast, a new one yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? And it's really long. It's like one of those long ones I haven't done in a while, but so much came through. And the title is Everything Everywhere All at Once from that movie, because that's what's happening right now. And the Barbault basket, this energy is what's helping us to, energize. Hold on, I'm going to move you over here. It's helping to energize this huge healing transformation that's taking place. But I spoke about that in the second part. I think the first part was the encounter. The second part was discussing the encounter, and then we went into what's going on astrologically. As you know, I'm a telepathic, empathic medium, but I am not an astrologer. But I do my due diligence as much as possible to align the energies. But what I thought was really, really cool is that this Barbault basket is all about taking action. It's in the Saturn sextile. I don't know if I'm saying that right, astrologers. But let's just talk about that for a second, because I don't think we spoke about it. And we didn't even talk about the planet's energy and the other ones, which I thought we would. I actually brought out all my notes and stuff from notes that I've taken over the years, and they didn't have me do it. But sometimes they don't have me, sorry about that. Sometimes they don't have me do stuff, and then they'll have me do it with one reading. And a lot of you guys watch all of the readings, so I kind of feel like this is the culmination of it. So the Barbault basket it's because Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto are in this half circle formation underneath Earth, like a basket, she's just cuddling. It's this beautiful, this Saturn, is it the Saturn sextile, Spirit? I've taken so many notes and I've done so many things. My brain's a little full and overdrawn right now. Because I don't want to say it in the wrong way. All I know is that Saturn represents structure, purpose, boundaries, identity, Some of you may be going through your Saturn return, I just heard. Challenges. What does this say? Perceived limitations, authority figures, commitment. What does this say? Reciprocity, which makes sense because we were talking about the polarity of the fire and the air energy of these, because Jupiter is in Leo, Uranus is in Gemini, Neptune is in Aries, and Pluto's in Aquarius. So we've got a fire air polarity that's happening. And so that makes a lot of sense with the reciprocity. Okay, and then hard work. But also Saturn is actually the most feared and the most revered out of all the planets because it represents discipline and karma. So it makes sense that the Saturn sextile, so that's Saturn, but sextile means that it says sextile represents a soft presence, a harmonious aspect, creating opportunities, bringing natural talent out with a smooth energy, okay? But the Barbault basket, it says the cosmos initiate a highly significant shift, highlighted by this rare basket. So right now we're having this reckoning, this, like, when I had set my alarm and I didn't even remember writing in that I put spiritual await, or I said spiritual reckoning or something, and I'm like, I don't even fucking remember writing that, which is so crazy because a lot of times my alarm, especially if I have to wake up to do something that I don't really want to do, but it's like a necessity that I have to do, like riding the bus to go to the store. Um, when I do something that I don't want to do, I will set my alarm and write something like fun day with like a happy face and, like, fireworks emojis, so that I look at it like that. Change your mindset, you change your life. So I feel like that's what this is. This is like a reset of our spirituality and our mindset and our soul's connection to the divine and understanding and seeing beyond the fakery and the fuckery of everything. And that's why this whole thing had to happen the way it did today. It's kind of funny because at the beginning I was feeling all this shame, like I should be a stronger spiritual leader, and why am I letting them get a rise out of me? And then, but then as the hours have been going on, I'm like, wow, that was so cool. Like, it's so, like, I'm actually interested to go back and listen to it because I know that was such a strong part of me that was being repressed for such a long time. And I feel like this energy, reading 3, is talking to you too, because now they said I can speak about your mudra. So your mudra is tolerance. And the key words are be generous. And I feel like, my last readings tend to be my really old souls, my all-stars. And those of you who've been doing this a long time, even if you're new here, welcome, and welcome back to everyone. But even if you're new here, right, like, you're ancient. That's why you found my channel. That's why you found this reading, when you found it, because we are the ones that need to have more tolerance. That's why I felt weak when I was like kind of having this, they kept coming at me with scripture and I was just getting more, it was like they were pissing me off and pissing me off and pissing me off. And I just went back to my red hair like a few days ago. I just re-dyed my hair red, and I haven't been a redhead in over 11 years. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm like, man, Leo season's not even here yet. But I've been asking Spirit how I can find a way to participate in the gross Gestapo energy that's happening in my country right now. I'm like, I want to go out and fight. Like, why can't, why am I not using my mouthpiece for, Tallulah Wren's been doing really well. I had one of my first videos that had over 100,000, it was like 112,000 views, 17,000 likes, like over 200 comments. That was my first video in over a decade that I've been on YouTube, that I had a video like that happen. And it was a dance video. And I think, like, why aren't these videos doing, like, I'm going live right now. Why isn't my phone like filling up and whatever? But it's because it's all there for a reason when it's meant to be there. Right now, it's Sunday afternoon. People are probably out, playing, doing fun stuff. Also, it's later in other parts of the world. I mean, obviously, if I was meant to be seen right now, I'd be seen more, but I'm not meant to be seen right now. I'm meant to today be here with you guys, but also my phone is really full, and until I get a new SD card, I have to go on live. But I feel like they wanted you guys to have access to this reading as soon as possible. Like, obviously, when this is over, I'm gonna have to go back in and edit it and all that, but for timestamps and everything. But in this case, they're having me do it this way because at the beginning I was getting a lot of, I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised if the person that fucked with me was a bot, because I felt so many crazy things. Like, I'd be curious if you guys go back and listen to it, the encounter, to see like what comes through for you, because you guys are my all stars, you know, my mediums, my telepaths, my light workers, my empaths. Like, I'd be curious to know what you feel. But I felt all different things. I felt like really immature. I was like, is this a child? And then I thought, well, no, it kind of felt old, but it felt like, you know, especially when they were like, calm down and shh, like be quiet, like kind of thing. And I was like, fuck you, don't tell me to be quiet. I was like, that like really like burned my butter, and like burn, like my blood was boiling, because I was like, no, I will be heard. Don't you come on my fucking channel and bring your biblical bullshit. I'm like, why don't you talk to us right now? Talk to us. I'm like, stop spewing out scripture and give me some facts. Let's talk, you know, because they're like, you know, asking me about who I am and where I'm from. And I was like, well, who are you? Where are you from? They didn't want to answer anything. It was really interesting. But I realize now just like how powerful that all was and what that was meant to be. And they are teaching us tolerance, but at the same time, we can be, you know, kumbaya. We can be like in a calm frequency and be grounded and in our soul, but still not be a doormat. And I feel like reading 3, before I even flip over your tarot cards, because I don't know what they are, I feel like this is a message to spirit that it's awesome and beautiful and loving for you to be tolerant. You've been very tolerant and you've been very generous. However, you're not a doormat. Okay, so Jupiter is in Leo, and Jupiter is the planet of luck, faith, belief. It's the biggest planet. It's about fate, philosophy, and adventure. And it's like, it's the biggest planet. So why are we like letting Saturn, why are people, you know, afraid of structure? Why are people afraid of, you know, purpose and boundaries? But you can still have structure and purpose and boundaries in a healthy way. But if you're in a structured energy or structured environment that is stripping you of your identity and challenging you, um, beyond, you know, on a regular basis, it's like that old saying, you can't heal where you're hurt, right? Saturn is about perceived limitations and authority figures. And that's what it felt like. I'm like, if it wasn't a child, it was an adult who was trying to be an authority figure to me. This is how I read it, by the way. I'd love to hear your take on it, right? So like my inner child growing up in the church and being a telepathic medium, always being this, was calling bullshit all the time. And I was just like, so it's kind of interesting because I felt like when they said to me, you know, calm down, shh, they may have been trying to be loving about it. But unfortunately, their energy came through that they were like trying to like be an authority figure. It was very weird. It was a very complex situation. Like I said, I look forward to it. But I feel like there's a lot of lessons there, especially if you, reading 3, grew up in any type of structured religious environment where you were told you were crazy or whatever. And like, you know, they were like questioning my thing with Jesus. They were putting so much stuff out. I didn't even read all of it, but there were moments where I was like, stop telling me who I am. And I feel like that's where you are reading 3. This is the time where you stand up. You can have tolerance for people and you can be generous and you can be kind, but you do not owe anybody anything, okay? This is your journey. This is your path. This is your purpose. So the mudra is the Buddhi mudra, or Budai, and it says the liquid mudra helps in cases of edema, acculation of fluids in the body. I don't know if I'm saying that right. And a burning sensation in the eyes. Kidney, oh my gosh, one of our tribe members, Anna, is this one of the things you've been struggling with? This is interesting. And a burning sensation in the eyes. Kidney and bladder complaints can be eased as well. In acute cases, maintain the mudra as long as it is needed. In chronic cases, practice it 4 times daily for about 10 minutes. So here's your mudra. They have been having me grab a few things. So that's what the mudra looks like, okay? And this came up in one of the last readings, and here's the back that I'm about to finish reading the rest of it. Okay, so take screenshots. I will put these in the community section at some point when Spirit calls me to, either today or another day. But I'm going to put you back down for a minute so I can read this. So it says, in my experience, when we are faint-hearted, downcast, or make exaggerated demands on ourselves or others, the result always brings suffering, trouble, and strife. It's time to put an end to that. Imagine that you are near a majestic waterfall, which produces a wonderful rainbow. You freely relinquish all despondency, all expectations, and all the superfluous fluid in your body to the waterfall. The colorful rainbow expresses all your newfound generosity, sense of lightness, and freedom. And your mantra is, without expectations, I am free. It's also number 17, so that might mean something to you. That's been a big number for our tribe, but when you add it together, it's also the number 8, which is infinity. So there could be a message for you there as well. Okay, now let's see. So I'm going to move you back up here. Okay, so we spoke of Jupiter, we spoke of Saturn, but let's read what Uranus has to say. So Uranus is about innovation, science. It's the last planet, the furthest from us. Is that what they mean? Technology, change, and discovery, evolution, which is also part of rebirth. And this energy has been coming through a lot. I got a lot of things for reading too as well. If you guys were drawn to any readings, 1 or 2, you may want to check them out. They were very different, but there was definitely a common thread that's been coming throughout this entire session today. We're at like 3 hours and 12 minutes. So it's been pretty awesome and pretty intense. So Uranus is in Gemini, which is air, right? And Gemini is, their key word is communication, right? And Leo is the I am energy, right? Like, I can't wait for Leo season, because that's the season where everybody's like, I'm a star, I'm awesome. And that's exactly what we want to show to the universe, because whatever we put out is what the universe reflects back to us. I wanted to use a mirror for one of these readings. I have this cute little like mirror that comes with one of my little dolls, and they said no, but I feel like that's for you guys. Like, remember that, you know, I am rubber, you are grew. Ooh, Freudian slip. Maybe you grew, right? You grew out of this. But you know, that old energy, or that I am rubber, you are glue. Whatever you say bounces off of me and sticks to you. It's the same with the universe. If you tell the universe, I feel like shit, then you're going to feel like shit. If you tell the universe, I feel awesome, I feel awesome, I feel awesome, you will feel awesome, you will feel awesome, and your body will respond. Our bodies are intertwined and interlinked into Gaia, the earth that we live on, and Gaia is interlinked and interwoven into the stars, into the universe. The creator is divine. What we tell them we are, they bring back to us. Earth is a learning planet. It's a teaching and learning school. So, you know, if you keep staying in one energy and then blaming everybody else, that's not living in the spiritual awakened Christ consciousness energy. Okay? The next one is Neptune, and Neptune's all about inspiration, ideas, dreams, and oneness. Oh, my throat chakra is really tight. Truth versus illusion. Mystical energy, mystical inclination. And Neptune is in Aries, which Aries is another fire sign. But Aries can be very impetuous and like, oh, no, me first, you know. And it's kind of interesting because I'm a Sagittarius, but my third decan's in Leo and my South Node is in Leo. So I love me some Leo energy, but they always say that the Sagittarius is like the child side of the fire signs, but I think it's kind of both. I think Sagittarius are cool because we have the childlike wonder, but we also have like the spiritual grounding of like being connected. I'm a life path 7 too, so that really like ties it together, right? But my moon's in Scorpio, water. So, you know, we have to pay attention to these energies because that's what this school is all about. Astrology was put here, like we were literally created from astrology. So it's silly to say that astrology is phooey, or that, like, you know, listen to the Bible. It's like, yeah, listen to a controlling energy. No, thank you. There's a lot of beautiful things in the Bible, but there's also a lot of greed and control and talking about slavery and like owning people and men owning women and like crazy shit. It's just not, that's not the way it's supposed to go, you know? So now our final planet is Pluto, which is rebirth, baby. Exactly what today is. Everything we're talking about, regenerative. And today is, today's the color yellow, and Spirit had me bring in dandelions, and then I forgot that I went on this really awesome lavender picking at a friend's house, and I ended up getting fresh lavender and rosemary and yarrow and So work with those. I'm going to put those in the description box as well. But the few key words that I brought from the dandelion were resilience, transformation, and wish fulfillment. And the yarrow is about healing, courage, balance, and protection. So Pluto is rebirth, regenerative forces in our body, mind, and soul, and in death and rebirth, the unconscious. And Ra is speaking to us as the sun star about ego, creativity, and vitality. Some people are really struggling with their ego right now. That's wrapped up in the third dimensional energy. So when you find yourself like floating back to the 3D, ask yourself that, because at the beginning of this video, when I was going at it with that Christian person, you know, I felt like it felt like a battle of egos, and or I should say, if I was like channeling so much, but also going through so much in my human side, my earth angel side. And I just said to spirit, I was like I was talking to them while I was arguing with them. I'm like, this feels like ego. This feels wrong. And then the dragons were coming through and they were just like, no, you're speaking your truth. You need to get this out. And I even said to them, I'm like, anger is a healthy emotion. Don't tell me not to feel. Right? Like, don't tell us how to be. Don't tell us how to feel. Don't tell us how to live our lives. No more. No more. So that's really powerful. And I feel like reading 3, this is a big thing for you guys. So now that we have that, let's see if any more mudras want to. I almost feel like you guys are meant to like be doing that mudra while we're talking. Let me see if any other mudras come through right now. No, we're moving to the cards. Alrighty, we're moving to the cards. It made me think of Grease 2, one of my favorite movies ever. We're gonna score tonight. We're gonna score tonight. We're gonna rock, we're gonna roll, we're gonna pop, we're gonna blow, we're gonna score tonight. That was for my people, my Grease 2 lovers, and my, you can tell my age. Although, that's not true. I saw something recently with Millie Bobby Brown, and she was saying that her husband, Jake Bon Jovi, yes, he's John Bon Jovi's son, for those of you who don't know. They're so cute. And Millie Bobby Brown played the character 11 in Stranger Things. But they're amazing. But anyway, Earth Angel for sure. And she was talking about how Jake had never seen Grease 1 or 2, so they watched them back to back. And she's like, hands down, Grease 2 is my favorite. And I agree. Like, I love Grease 1. Like, it will always be special in my heart because, you know, and there's a million reasons, but Grease 2, there was something really fun about it, and Michelle Pfeiffer was really powerful, and I almost feel like they were 2 completely different movies, even though they're like linked. So you can't really, it's like apples and oranges. They're both so different and so awesome. Okay, so here are your cards. Your first card is Trustful Baby. It's a trustful baby. Okay, they're not having me look at your cards. Listen to that wind. So the arrow is going backwards. And I feel like for some of you, you're really having a hard time trusting spirit because you've been let down before. You've been let down by people. You've been let down by spirit, but you weren't really let down. It just wasn't divine timing for your story. And we've just been, you know, fed a bad bill of goods that way, that like, oh, you missed a window, or oh, that didn't happen, or oh, what's going on there, or oh, you know, blah, 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 blah. No. So we are going to pull this from, let me see, I really feel like we're meant to go in and look at your card. So we have the Major Arcana and the Minor Arcana. This is the Osho Tarot. And this one is, I think this is the Suit of Water. This is one of those that I don't always, it takes me a minute to figure it out because it's such a big, it's not set up like your basic tarot. Like their minor arcanas are like the fire, clouds, water, and rainbows. You know, like you'd have like cups, you know, wands, you know, that kind of thing. So, okay, so you are it's the Knight of Water. Okay, so if you're familiar with tarot, it's the Knight in the tarot. Okay, and it's on page 60. I just heard not yet, only to the right. Okay. So we're going to read this part. There's 2 parts of this card in the book, and I'm only going to read the one part, maybe just this part, or it could be because they want to go back in another part. So it says, don't waste your life for that which is going to be taken away. Trust life. If you trust, only then can you drop your knowledge. Only then can you put your mind aside. And with trust, something immense opens up. Then this life is no longer ordinary life. It becomes full of God, overflowing. When the heart is innocent and the walls have disappeared, you are bridged with infinity and you are not deceived. There is nothing that can be taken away from you. What is meant for you will reach you. That which can be taken away from you is not worth keeping, and that which cannot be taken away from you, why should one be afraid of it being taken away then, right? So it cannot be taken away. There is no possibility that that will happen. You cannot lose your real treasure. Oh, you guys. Yeah, it's almost like I feel like for some of you, I just got the chills. Like you're afraid of losing yourself. Like, also, I think part of the reason why I got so heated and fired up at the beginning is why I stopped talking to so much of my friends and my family, that life, I had to like shut the door on that life completely, like not talk to them, not see them. I still to this day only have one person that's in my life that I knew in my life. And I come from a very large family. And I had lots of friends. I've moved so many times and lived different states and I've traveled a lot. And I make, my mama used to say I can make friends in a morgue, right? But literally I could. So, right? I'd be like, oh man, what, did you get shot in the head? Is that a deer accident or was that murder? You know what I mean? Like I'd be talking to the spirit, but that's probably not why she meant it. But she was saying like, yeah, like I get along with everybody. But that's when I started to realize that I'd been picking up people as the Pied Piper, my mom would say, call me. But that doesn't mean that they're meant to stay in my life forever. And I had to let them go because they would constantly remind me who I was instead of but what they were reminding me of is who I was in the past, not who I was in the present, and not who I was becoming. So this is where when I push you guys to get away from friends and family and move, the best way to do that, you guys, is to move away. If you physically move away, like say you're somebody that like me, like most of my family when I was growing up, all were in the Chicagoland area. However, we did have some family members that moved to several states and spread out. But for the most part, like our key family all stayed in the same area. So we would travel to see each other. But when I moved out of state, I noticed that, not everybody really likes to talk on the phone or likes to text or send emails. So they see each other, especially if you're in a big family and you guys maybe get together at grandma's or mama's every Sunday for dinner or whatever. Maybe you're in a Jewish community and you're getting together every Friday, it's not coming to me, but you know what I'm talking about, right? Where they, when the sun goes down and they have, I can't think of it right now. It's crazy because I've been to so many of them, but right. But it's a time where you come together. If you're in something like that and they're lost in their matrix of like whatever, and you are here right now and you understand what this is and what this means, you will continue to run into walls. You will continue to run into these obstacles and you will not evolve and heal the way you're supposed to on your path and purpose. So they're right what they're saying, right? Like that what's meant for you is meant for you. But if you're feeling like you're in Groundhog Day and things just aren't changing and you're like, trust me, when it gets to be enough, you will go and you will leave. But that helped me immensely and it might help you, for some of you, if you have access to leave the country, like maybe your job isn't your favorite, but you've always wanted to live in another country and your job has a thing there, maybe use that bridge of that job to get you there, get you, integrated and, interwoven with that place and that culture so you can get to see where you like to live and then maybe start doing what you actually want to do. We can use the energies of the 3D bridge to bring us over into the fifth dimensional energy, because the fifth dimensional energy is just being connected with source, with our creator, God, goddess, whatever, languaging or title feels good to you, but that's just in our connection to them. That's what the fifth dimensional energy is having the awareness, the spiritual awakening that a lot of these governments and religious sects, they do things for a reason. I know this is harsh, but I'm just going to say it. There is no man, woman to do anything to our bodies for a religious purpose, To take a woman's clitoris away is the most sick, vile thing I think I've ever, like, I didn't even know that was a thing until I knew it was a thing. And then when I did, I was just sick. Like, I mean, I would cry. I still cry I can't, my sensitive, sorry, I know my sensitives. But you know what? Guess what, guys? Women can have inner orgasms too. So, right? Like, what a creepy, controlling thing to do to a woman, to take her power away. If she wants to masturbate and touch herself, it's like, you're doing that. I've literally been with men who would be jealous of a woman's body. And I was like, well, you need to rectify that in this lifetime. There's something going on there, right? Because it would blow their mind how many orgasms I could have. And I was like, oh yeah, I can have them inside, outside, whatever. What blew my mind also was when I would talk to women who tell me they never had an orgasm. Or it's like, oh, I think I had an orgasm. I'm like, oh, you would know. I'm like, trust me, you would know. They're like, I think maybe. I mean, it feels good. I was like, no. I'm like, it's like, I don't want to tell you, like, everybody's going to have a different, feeling or whatever. But yeah, it's like, I mean, talk about taking someone's power. So right now, this is our time to reclaim our power and to take it back and say, I will not be ruled by you. I will not be controlled by you. I believe we're going towards a universal thing where it's like, it will be illegal in all countries to do that. It will be illegal to take people's freedoms away, I mean, there are ways, if you get pregnant and you don't want to have the child, there are so many ways that you can have a natural abortion, so to speak, where you can drink. There's so many things. I think it's valerian root. There's like mixtures of things, but don't try it at home. Go to a professional. But there are literally ways that you could just drink a tea and the body will naturally release it from or the embryo will naturally release. Like, it's not meant to, Now some people believe, well, if you get pregnant, you were meant to. And it's like, yes and no. If you're a woman and you're being constantly raped by your partner, or you are in a slavery situation where you're being raped, it's actually a very narrow window when you can get pregnant. So I feel like when you get pregnant, there's always something there. You're either meant to keep the child or it's a lesson. I spoke about this at the beginning of this when I got pregnant when I was in my 20s and, had cancer. It was a very scary situation. It was a very scary time. And, I was like, you got to be kidding me. 25, I'd been having sex since I was 15. So from 15 to 25, I had never gotten pregnant. And I was very careless. I'm not proud of it. I'm just saying I was very careless. A teenager in the 80s and my 20s in the 90s, just living free, living the last end of, that, era, that millennium, or that, is it? No, decade? No, decade's 10. You know what I'm talking about, right? 100 years. So the end of that, and we were going into the new millennia. So there's a lot of things there, but nobody's perfect. Everything here is a lesson. Everything. Even the good, the not so good. So we have to take the good with the bad, and we have to trust that spirit knows exactly what we need. And remember that you're a co-creator of your life and your consciousness. You wrote this story before you came here. So the more you fight against who you actually are, instead of going with the flow of who you are, you're going to constantly run up into these situations. So let's see, what's the next card? I don't know if they want me to read the other side. Let me see. Would you like me to read this side to them right now? Okay. I didn't think so. Oh, okay. We might be going into the mudras. Also, for some of you that were drawn to reading 2, I'm getting a strong feeling like you really need to go check out reading 2. Also, reading 2 had I think 4 mudras. It was really powerful. Oh yeah, they wanted you to have another mudra right now. There's 2 sticking out. There's 3. Oh, looks like you guys are gonna have 4 mudras too. Okay. So let me see which one they want to work with first. Okay, so the first mudra we're going to work with is freedom. That does not surprise me. Freedom, freedom, freedom. Right, like you're healing that, and you need the courage to heal this so that you can finally have the freedom that you so righteously deserve. Reading 3, you deserve to be free. Take your wings. That's how you take your power back, by literally like spreading your wings and flying and being the beautiful soul. Determination, right? This whole day is about determination and determination, awakening, long-term breakthroughs for the collective. This is a big, big, big deal today. Okay, so here, if you want to take a screenshot, because then I'm going to put it down so I can work on it with you. Okay, so this is the Garuda Mudra. Okay, if I'm saying that right. So the Garuda Mudra helps to treat chest complaints. Say that 5 times fast. Treat chest complaints, treat chest complaints, treat chest complaints. Okay, so this mudra helps to treat chest complaints of all kinds and is good for the lungs. Okay, the lungs came up in one of the other readings too. So clearly we all need to work with that. Place your hands on either side of the breastbone. It says the Garuda is the mystical bird, master of the skies, and enemy of snakes. There was a rattlesnake in reading too. Interesting. Who personifies freedom, strength, and power. Very often we cannot change our circumstances, but we do have the choice between letting them get on top of us or taking off and rising above them. In other words, we can change our attitude whenever we want to. And isn't that wonderful? Garuda allows you to mount his broad back so that he can take you soaring up into the sky with him. From that perspective, the ordinary things of daily life sink into insignificance. You can revel in the endless space, freedom, and beauty of the heavens. Oh, I love this mudra. It's just so simple. It's just like making like the, wing things with your hands. Oh, I love this card so much for your reading 3. So your mantra is behind the clouds, freedom knows no bounds. It's also number 53, if that means anything to you guys. 5s are about change and transformation. 3 came up a lot in reading 2. 33 came up. So if you've been seeing 3s and 33, they're asking me to read. I feel like somebody needs this right now. So give me a second. I'm going to go in and look at. So number 3 is about maturity, connection, emotional stability, emotional strength, and that there's power in numbers, community. 2 + 1 = 3, and creation. Okay? So, and when you add them together, it's the number 8. And 5s are about obstacles, difficulty, loss, lack of faith, imbalance, and change. I mean, your first card is trust. You can say you believe in spirit, but if you don't believe that it's really going to happen, it won't. It's about mirroring the universe. I'm telling you, it's so important, you guys. So 5 is about imbalance and change as well, and taking a leap of faith. Number 8 is transformation, progress, balance, which these are all words that go with today. Resolution, mastery, and definitely the mastery after the number 7, right? Because 7 is about hard work and ethics, discipline, struggle, hard decisions. I think it's the 7 of Wands in the tarot is like not the card you want, right? Because it's like, it's like you're going through so much responsibility. You have to think first before everything. We've also been in Mercury retrograde, which is going direct. Today's the 19th, that is going direct on the 23rd. But we have a lot. We have the first quarter moon on the 21st on Tuesday, which is about taking action. And then 22nd is the new moon is going into the new moon in Leo. The sun's going into Leo. Sun's going into Leo. And Leo is fire, right? But also in the tarot, it's the wands. And they want me to say fire brings inspiration, energy, enthusiasm. Enthusiasm was in one of the other readings too. And action. We were just talking about that, right? Also, this is a thing out to Aries, Leo, and Sag in our tribe. This is a really powerful time for us to use and lean into these energies this week, especially the Leo, the fire signs. Or if you have fire heavy in your chart, especially in your rising sign, because that's like who you are, your rising, if you have fire there. So it says, what does this say? It's about timelines. And I'm hearing Burns easy days. I don't know what that means. but they said it means yes, but you have to work on it. So maybe this is somebody was looking for a yes, no, or what they should do. Maybe right now you're thinking about something of what you should do, and maybe you know what to do, and Spirit's saying, yes, you know what to do. Like, this is a confirmation. Okay? So that's all I got from that. Okay, it's almost like they just like went out. Okay, they're like, and Spirit's out, at least for that. Excuse me. And speaking your truth. Speaking your truth. So let's see. I'm going to actually put the tarot cards with your mudras and see what comes out next. Oh, there's something they want me. They're saying there's something I didn't. Hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. Oh, they're saying from the perspective of ordinary things of daily life sink into insignificance. Meaning like, so you don't get the dishes done today. Big whoop. So you didn't make it to that Pilates class. Big deal. Go next time. You know, they're like saying, stop the woulda, coulda, shoulda. Stop shitting on yourself. I'm just feeling like you guys are trying so hard to be these disciplined spiritual warriors. And though we love you for that, let me tell you something. Spirit has been showing me in recent months just how much we have no control, yet we have all control, if that makes sense. Meaning like if we go in the flow of the universe, we will naturally like, it feels like we're in control, right? Because you're like, oh, cool. I was looking for that. Oh, I thought I was going to have to go to another store. Thank you so much. Right? And you go to the store, you're going to buy this thing and you see that they're out and you're like, son of a bitch. And you're like, you're so tired and you had like the longest day. But while you're standing there, like, you know, kind of going through it and working through it instead of carrying it with you for the rest of the day, because you stood there for a few extra minutes or a few seconds, whatever it is, all of a sudden somebody comes over, puts it back, and you're like, oh my gosh, I was literally just standing here thinking, you know, blah, blah, blah. And the person's like, oh, that's so funny. I was just thinking, oh, I forgot I have an extra one, right? I do that all the time. Sometimes in the store, Spirit will have me shop and I carry things around in my thing. And I'm like, man, if some security was watching me on the camera, they'd probably think I was shady as fuck because I pick things up and then I put them back. And then I pick things up and I put them back. And I, you know, sometimes I'm blessing them or putting Reiki on it. You know, I mean, just, you know, my job is so multifaceted and has a lot of layers. And I know that to the human brain, they think it's like, what is her deal? Or why is she doing that? Or what, you know, but they don't need to understand. I understand and I know, you know, but even I get confused sometimes. I'll get home and I'll go to have some food and I'm like, no, I don't feel good. I'm like, why'd you ever get that? I didn't even really want that. And they're like, we didn't. You were supposed to blah, 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 but you weren't listening. Or like I was ungrounded or I wasn't paying attention. And that's okay. And that makes me realize, okay, thank you for reminding me to stay grounded when I'm doing that task for the collective, you know, because that's what it is. We're all here. We are one, right? So we're all walking each other home, so to speak, right? Until we cross back over. Okay. So let's see. Do we have any more cards right now? Okay. No. Do we want to go to this side of the book now? Okay. Yay. So they wanted to say all that. And then we're going to go to, so getting back to your tarot card in the trust, it says, now is the moment to be a bungee jumper without the cord. And it is this. Now, mind you, don't really do that. Okay. It's a metaphor. Okay. Don't go jumping off any cliffs and be like, Spirit's going to save me. It's like that old thing where the old Christian fable where the person is in a flood and they go to the top of their house and a guy comes by in a boat and he says, get in the boat. He's like, I'll help you. And he's like, no, the Lord's going to provide for me. Everything's good. I'm okay. I'm thank you so much. But you know what? Somebody else is, you know, something's going to happen. So you leave your boat empty, you know, for somebody else. And they're like, are you sure? Like, I don't know if any other boats are going to come. And they're like, yeah, go. So they go and the water's rising and they're like, okay, this is getting a little scary. Like what's happening, you know? And then, you know, somebody else comes by with a boat and they say same thing, you know? And they're like, no, the Lord's going to, you know, be there for me. They're going to look out for me. Everything's going to work out. And then a helicopter comes by and they're like, we're going to throw down the rope. And they're at the very tippy top and they're almost completely underwater. They're straddling their roof and they're about to be completely submerged and there's no trees in sight. And, you know, and flooding, the thing with flooding is even if you can swim, what's scary is you don't know what's underneath the water. you know, and like we've seen it in some of these movies. I can't talk about it because it'll make me my empaths. I don't want to do that to us, but you know what I mean. So yeah, you don't want to be moving around in that water, and if you do, you want to be moving very slowly because you have no fucking idea what you can run into, get cut open, you know, whatever. So he's like, no, 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 thank you so much. The Lord's gonna provide for me. You know, I'll be okay. And they're like, more rain is coming. Come on, you have to, come on. You know, and they don't go. So they drown and they quote unquote go to heaven, right? And all of us spiritual, we know that heaven is, you know, just another dimensional energy or whatever. But so that's very complex, but I won't get into that right now. So they get up there and they're like, Father, Mother, Deity, God, Creator, whatever they use, right? They're like, Creator, I don't understand. I did my due diligence. I waited and I waited for you. I waited for you to come and save me. And the Creator says, I did try. I sent you 2 boats and I even sent you a helicopter. Not everybody got a helicopter, but you got a helicopter. And they're like, I don't understand. They're like, because I come in many forms. You must be open to listening when I'm speaking to you, right? Well, I just got the chills. So that's the analogy that they're showing us right now, right? Like we have to take that leap of faith, but you're not going to really jump off the side of a cliff because you don't have wings and you don't have a backpack. But if you're not meant to die, right, something will save you. But this isn't a time for you to go and test spirit, right? To see, oh, what's going to happen, right? That's why maybe sometimes they don't have me read things from the book because they don't want you to take anything too literally. But they're saying like, this is the time you take the leap of faith where you have to trust that spirit's going to save you. Meaning like you are going to be saving yourself. It's like, yes, spirit sends us people, places, and things to help us on our journey. But we are saving ourselves. You know, at the beginning of this, when I had this, you know, religious person coming at me, I was like, we just have a very different relationship with Jesus. We have a very different, you know, connection to the Christ consciousness. And that's what today is all about. Today is the embarking of, this is like a rebirth of Jesus today. This is the Christ consciousness, fully embodied in an energy today. I just got chills all over my body because this is the beginning. And then when the first quarter moon comes in this week, which is all about taking action, and then Leo comes in, Leo's like, move out of my way, bitches, right? Like Leo doesn't wait. They don't wait. They take that opportunity. But make sure that these opportunities that come your way you're accepting them from a grounded point, right? So it says, now is the time to jump. And it is this quality of absolute trust, which was your first card, right? That's what we're reading. With no reservations or secret safety nets that the Knight of Water demands from you. This is a tremendous sense of exhilaration if we can take the jump and move into the unknown, even if the idea scares us to death. And when we take trust to the level of the quantum leap, we don't make any elaborate plans or preparations. We don't say, okay, I trust that I know what to do now, and I'll settle my things and pack my suitcase and take it with me. No. We just jump with hardly a thought for what happens next. The leap is the thing, and the thrill of it as we free fall through the empty sky. The card gives a hint here, though. Oh, the card gives a hint here, though, about. Sometimes I don't know how they're saying this because I feel like they're putting the commas in a place I wouldn't, but I'm going to read it the way the commas are. The card gives a hint here, comma, though, comma, about what waits for us at the other end. A soft, welcoming, yummy pink rose petals, juicy. Come on, right? Like in the picture here, they don't always have me show them all, but here's the picture, right? So they're like, this is like the yummy, like, think of it as like you're falling into fluffy pink cotton candy, you know? So they're saying like, allow yourself to have the free fall, because these are all the energies that are on today. And the sextile represents a soft presence, harmonious aspect, creating opportunities, natural talent, and smooth energy. That's what we're in. You have to Stop looking at what's happening in the world. They want us to be scared shitless. That's the whole fucking point. That's how they've controlled us for all these years, is to keep us scared and kill the people we love and kidnap the people we love and rape the people we love. This is what has been going on for so long. And now we're saying, no, stop it. And that's what happened in the encounter. I was like, no, stop it. And I was laughing, and I was trying not to laugh at them, because I was like, if this is a child, like, I don't want them to feel laughed at. But at the same time, I was like, oh my gosh, I was like, I don't know how to do this, Spirit. I was like, I'm going to lose my shit, you know? But it's because they don't understand. I'm not just in the Christ consciousness. I embody Christ consciousness. I embody love. But I also am balanced, and I'm human here. So I'm also embodying change, transformation, the pain and suffering of, loss. I've had a lot of loss in the last few years, losing my mom, losing my familiar, losing, my partner, who I thought was my twin flame, but now I'm starting to wonder if they were, and maybe we were under a false matrix making us think that we were twin flames. Maybe he really is just like an average guy, and I was trying to like pump him up into like whatever. Or maybe I was looking at him through eyes of a different dimension, a different time period where he does exist there, but in this world we are all ancestral lineage breakers. So he comes from a massive line of poverty consciousness, and so do I. So I've been breaking that and letting go of that, and they may need to stay there, because their path is different. I send them love every day and gratitude. I'm so grateful that everything happened. We went through a massive tower card moment, but it was everything that I needed and everything that we both needed. Because now we're in the healing phase of the yarrow, right? It took courage for him to do that. And now we're finding our own balance, our own chi. But this is also a collective energy for everybody, not relying on another person so much and having our own independence, our own freedom. That's what's so vital and important right now, is what I'm getting from Spirit. Okay, so our next card is a mudra. Ooh, this was from, okay, so in the description box, there's a link for the last pick reading that I did. And then it came into one of the readings today too. I think it was in reading 2. So tolerance, be generous. Oh wait, was this your card? Hold on, this might have been your card. Sometimes I accidentally throw them back in. I think it was. So let's see, maybe they just wanted me to put them out. And if not, maybe they want you to go to 2. Let me see. Spirit, was this their first card, their first mudra? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. But after almost 4 hours, everything starts bleeding into each other. Also, I haven't eaten in a long time, so my body's like getting a little woozy. Okay, oh, you guys, this one was in reverse. And it's release, right? Like, you're obviously having a hard time letting go. Spirit understands that. They're not judging you, right? So, release. And the keywords are just let go. And hello, that's what the book was talking about too, right? Like, just letting go. Energetically having a free fall and letting yourself, this looks like raindrops to me. Oh, the bladder mudra. Interesting. Oh, I just got the chills. I feel like for some of you, my nickname is Sparrow Bladder. But I feel like this is for some of you guys as well. Maybe there's something going on there. Okay, so the bladder mudra, and it says Makara Sadhana mudra from Bali. This mudra fortifies the bladder, detoxifies and cleanses. Also, it stimulates the circulation, refreshes, and raises one's spirits. Hold your hands under running water and breathe out deeply for a few minutes. Everything which is bothering you, is painful or a burden, is either washed away by the water or you expel it with vigorous breathing. The elements air and water take on all that you wish to be rid of. Then perform the mudra, and while you form it, imagine yourself to be bathed in pure radiant light. You are refreshed and cheerful and go on your way with a lighter step. And your mantra is, my heart is light. There is a spring in my gait. My head is free and my actions lead me to success. It's also number 49, and 49 is the number 13, which also comes out to the number 4. So it's about balance. That was one of the things that came in, right? Like we spoke about that, about having balance. And you're right now, you're more towards the third dimensional energy, and they're like, you got to go back into the fifth dimensional energy. Like, you got to stay there more. Also, 4 and 9, since the book is still open. So, number 4 is about focus, stability, strength, support, security, and balance, manifestation. So, you're co-creating your life with spirit. So you get to decide how you want your life to be. If you're pulled to do things, it's because that is part of you, and your whole existence wants to be that, right? Like it came here to be that energy, to like filter through that energy, to embrace and live that energy. Number 9 is fortune, success, patience. You're almost there. Keep going. You're almost at 10, right? Like you're so close. Hardships, overcoming hardships, being proud of yourself. That came up in one of the other readings too. Talking to yourself, telling yourself how much you love yourself, and being proud. It's the end of struggles, perseverance. Okay, so those are the numbers for you to work with. Let's see what other cards want to come through. Did I accidentally put those cards back? I do that sometimes. Oh, here they are. Okay. Let's see. Do we have any more cards for reading 3 right now? Spirit, do we have any more cards? Do you want me just to flip it over where it is? Okay. So our next tarot card is creativity. I think that's number 3. And that came up in the last pick a reading as well. An interesting number 3 for number 3. So let's go. I heard go straight into the book. I'm like, okay, cool. We're going to go straight into the book. And I feel like I want to set your cards up a little bit better. And the dandelions are really calling to me. So I feel like you guys are meant to work with dandelions. Deer spirit, or not, well, yes, deer came out. So that's it. Deer, giraffe. I know I normally warn you, but they wanted that to break it up. So it's okay. Okay. But the dandies are really calling to me. Okay, so we have trust, tolerance, and freedom is going in front of the dandelions. Also, Chalcedony is coming through. And one of the other readings, the Lapis Lazuli came through. I think it was reading 1. But I don't remember crystals coming through. It was either reading 1 got the crystal, got lapis. Oh, lupus. Interesting. Freudian slip. Maybe some of you guys are struggling with lupus. So they're saying like do more of like spiritual cleansing and healing, and you won't have it anymore. I've said this for years that I think fibromyalgia is actually a condition that happens to a lot of light workers because they're having a hard time adjusting to the energy on planet Earth. That's a whole other reading and a whole other episode. But so it wouldn't surprise me if somebody in this reading has lupus, or they have someone in their life who has lupus. You may want to work with Chalcedony and Lapis Lazuli because it came out while I was talking about those stones and crystals, okay? And I'll put them in the description box. Once this is done and I do some editing, I will take care of that. And but research those, but also research on how to heal lupus with naturally instead of medications, because I feel like medications just mask lupus and they don't actually heal it or do anything for it. And the only way to do that, I'm hearing from spirit, is to change everything. Your diet, your environment, and that happens a lot. People get sick because of their environment. Your environment is everything. It is everything, I'm telling you. Okay, so this comes from the Major Arcana. It's number 3, creativity, and it's on page number 8. Also, I just opened up to the Lovers, which is Gemini. And we were just talking about with, with Barbault's basket, how Uranus is in Gemini. So that could be something for you guys right now. And, Gemini is an air sign. It's also swords in the tarot. So take that for what it means for you. But also I'm hearing communication, truth, intellect, thoughts, thinking. Also, I just heard flood driveway. I don't know who this is for, but I'm getting this download of flood driveway. So maybe you were asking spirit about timelines, or you're asking a question with somebody involving an air sign, predominantly Gemini, because Gemini is the Lover's card. So, but definitely it could be Libra or Aquarius, because we're in Libra energy today, which is interesting because Andre Barbault, who first discovered the Barbault basket of the planets underneath us in alignment like that, Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. It's kind of interesting because they were born in Libra energy and died in Libra energy in the first week in October. I mean, they lived many years, but interesting that I think they died on October, or they were born on October 1st, and I think they died on October 7th, which is like so powerful. Kind of interesting, right? Because especially when you're talking about the deacons in each of our sign, it's like so powerful. But anyway, if you're asking any questions from spirit during this reading about timelines, I literally heard flooded driveway, and I heard weeks, and then I heard means no. And it could even mean like no means no, like maybe you've been getting these signs from spirit, no, because it's not showing up for you, whatever it is you're asking for or wanting. They're saying no, and they're saying no means no, like, you know, stop asking about it, stop, you know, whatever, like, especially for the psychics and the empaths and the intuitives and the mediums. It's difficult, right? Because we've been doing this our whole lives. Even when we didn't know who and what we were, we've always sensed that we were different or special, or that there was something, you know, like we could see further ahead than other people, or we would get a feeling. And some of us like this, I just got this feeling I didn't want to go live today, and I got the feeling I didn't want to have the comments on today, and then all that happened, and I'm like, yeah, whether I like it or not, like that's what needed to transpire today. That's how we go in the flow. Sometimes we don't like the outcome, sometimes we don't like what's said, we don't like what's talked about, we don't, you know, but that's how we face the pain, the suffering, the fear that's holding us back from our creativity, from our path, from our purpose. Okay, do we want to start with this side first? Okay, so the first side of the book says, from the alchemy of fire and water below to the divine light entering from above, the figure in this card is literally possessed by the creative force. Really, the experience of creativity is an entry into the mysterious. Technique, expertise, and knowledge are just tools. The key is to abandon oneself to the energy that fuels the birth of all things. This energy has no form or structure, yet all the forms and structures come out of it. It makes no difference what particular form your creativity takes. It can be painting or singing, planting a garden, or making a meal. The important thing is to be open to what wants to be expressed through you. Remember that we don't possess our creation. They do not belong to us. True creativity arises from a union with the divine, with the mystical and the unknowable. Then it is both a joy for the creator and a blessing to others. And meaning, like, right, like if you're an artist and your job is to be an artist, well, you make and create the art, and then you sell it and you let it go. You don't keep them all in your house, right? You want to share that creation with the world. You want to share that creativity. I worked in an art gallery, and I can tell you, it was one of my favorite jobs of all time. I've had so many different, you know, vocations and professions and jobs. Some were, you know, a short time, some were longer times, but the art gallery was so cool because I wanted, even though I wanted to work as a salesperson at the gallery, I ended up working in the commercial side of it, where like one of the biggest projects I did was for the Chicago Children's Hospital. And my boss and I like put all of the artwork in every room, on every wall, in the hallway. You know, we worked on that project for, I think it was over a year. It was intense. I mean, I think we had like 220 posters just framed. But then we also had like art and sculptures and, you know, a lot of artists, most of the artists that we work with, once they knew it was for a children's hospital, they would either give a really low price, you know, asking price for the art, or they would just donate it, you know. But for like the reproductions, like the posters and stuff like that, like there were many floors to the hospital and every floor had a different energy. So we had to make sure that the art that was on the walls was inspiring. We had to make sure that it was kid friendly, but also not too babyish. And it was a very intense project. And it was interesting because I was like, but I want to sell big sculptures downstairs. Like it was 2 floors. It was a huge, it was actually one of like, it had been there for years. It was the Billy Hort Galleries. And it's actually a super sad story. The owner ended up killing himself, which is just crazy. But he would never normally do that to himself. But he was on medications for a hurt knee, and it kind of took him to another realm and another place. And it was so sad. Anyway, I didn't mean to sidebar into sadness, but also an artist, right? And so our creativity can take us down roads of redemption. It can take us down roads of exhilaration, but it's just different. And it's going to be different for every piece and every artist and every situation, depending on what we're going through in our human sphere and our human experience. So when I got to know the salespeople, the art salespeople downstairs, I started to understand, like, well, they all went to college. Like, they really knew artists, right? Like, we had real artists in there, like real paintings, real sculptures. We had, I think one of the pieces we had, I think the most expensive piece we had at one time was like over $100,000. You know, so it's like pretty serious. We didn't have any like $1 million paintings or things like that, but we had some pretty high-end stuff and sculptures, really cool sculptures that were like $20,000. And, you know, oh, I love that sound. Thank you, Spirit. I'm going to open the window right now. I feel like we need some fresh air coming through here. We need a wave of fresh air. Thank you, Spirit. But I think the most beautiful part of it is that art affects everybody differently. Creativity affects everybody differently. The person creating it and the person receiving the creation. You can have 10 people looking at the same painting and they're going to have a completely different outcome. They're going to have, oh, I see this, or oh, I feel this. And I learned so much about that. And ironically, I ended up going back to school. I worked at that job in my early 30s. And then I went back to college in my late 30s and went to art school to be a fashion designer. But I learned so much, and I was like, I totally understand like why that is and why that, you know, because there's, like they were saying in there, like it's nice to have the education and to have the tools to create it. But at the same time, the whole point of being creative is to just let it flow, let it be. And I love that you have this tolerance card in the rainbow, be generous. So maybe for some of you, you're holding on to your artwork too tightly, or you're not letting your creativity flow into things you want to do. This analogy came up in one of the other readings, right? It's like, if you love to bake bread and, you know, I mean, a lot of people like to bake bread, especially like the sourdough thing came on and Taylor jumped on the bandwagon and made it even bigger. And that's cool, right? That's cool because we want people to learn how to make their own food right now. We're pulling people away from the, you know, the 1% and the processed and the bullshit and like, you know, making things ourselves. That's creative too. When I'm done here, I'm going to make food. That's me having a creative outlet. I met someone recently who said, I don't have a creative bone in my body. And I said, you don't do anything. You've never, even when you were a kid, you didn't like to color with crayons, nothing. He's like, oh, well, I do woodworking. And I go, what do you mean? He's like, oh, yeah, I make hope chests for my granddaughters and I make things for people. And I was like, that's an art. I'm like, that's being creative. And I saw the light bulb go over their head, and they must have been in their like late 50s, early 60s. And I thought they've probably been carrying that around forever, because I know I did. It wasn't until I went to art school that I realized that like I've always been an artist, but my family, it was like you had to fit into some box or bubble of what an artist is. And I said, surgeon, a surgeon can be an artist, right? Like you want a surgeon that's an artist, because when they cut, you want that to heal beautifully so you don't have the scar if you don't want a scar, you know? I mean, scars are beautiful too. I have scars everywhere and they remind you of experiences you've had. But at the same time, you know, creativity is subjective and artistry is subjective. We are all artists in some capacity, every single one of us. So when people say, I don't have a creative bone in my body, that's bullshit. It's just a different form of creativity. So the other side of this, the flip to this coin, is creativity is the quality that you bring to the activity that you're doing. It is an attitude, an inner approach, how you look at things. Not everybody can be a painter, and there is no need also. If everybody is a painter, then the world is very ugly. It would be difficult to live. And not everybody can be a dancer, and there is no need, but everybody can be creative. And you can dance without being a dancer, right? Like you can just dance and be creative. Like there's no rules. So whatever you do, if you do it joyfully, if you do it lovingly, if your act of doing is not purely economical, then it is creative. So for some of you, maybe you're trying to make a living with something that you do, and they're like, you're going at it the wrong way. Like, maybe you're trying to sell online, right? Like maybe you're trying to sell on Etsy or eBay or something like that. And Spirit's like, but what if you went to your local farmer's market and sold your stuff there? What if you went around to stores that align with your art, and you say, would you consider taking in some of my pieces? When I got out of art school, I moved from Chicago. I went to school in Chicago, and then I moved to Portland, Oregon. And I just kept creating and making things. And there were a lot of stores that told me no. But then one of my friends said, maybe you're coming from the wrong angle. She's like, you're trying to get in here because you're trying to make money, right? Because when I first started out, it was more 80-20, and the really expensive ones were like 70-30, meaning like if you bring something in and you sell it at a store, you get to keep 70% and they get to keep 30%, right? To pay their employees, keep the lights on, displaying it for you, packaging it for you, all that, right? I was totally fine with that. When it started to go 50-50, I remember I wanted to get into this one place so bad. And I finally got in and I was so excited. And then when I was going to fill out the work, she said, the paperwork, she's like, here's our contract. And I'm reading the contract and it said 60-40. And I said, 60-40? And she goes, yeah. She goes, some of them are like 50-50. I go, do you know how fucked up that is? I said, these are my supplies. This is my time. I'm creating this art. I'm like, that's really greedy. 60-40 is greedy to me. I said, I felt like 70-30 was like pushing it because I feel like 80-20 is good, especially if you're selling like a really expensive item. Let's say you're making couture clothing and you're in a couture shop, and they decide to carry your designs. Well, if they want to sell it for 4,000, it's like, I'm like 50-50. So you get 2,000 of this and I get 2,000? No, that's crazy. So there was a lot of that has been kind of fucked up. But eventually I got in the right stores with the right people and I sold my stuff. And one of the stores I actually started working at. And it was cool because my favorite thing is when someone would be like, oh my gosh, I want that, cuff in the window. I was making jewelry mostly. I made wearable art and I didn't have a lot of clothes in there, but I had mostly jewelry. And it was so exciting when people would be like, oh my gosh, I love it. I have to buy it. How much is it? So it was kind of exciting, to see somebody love your stuff so much. But at the same time, it was cool because I could see what people liked and see what people were into and kind of go with that. But the thing I didn't like was after a while, the owner was hardly ever there. The manager had taken a long sabbatical, bless her heart, she was ill. And so I was running the store and it was kind of like my store, but yet I wasn't getting paid what I deserved. And I was still having to take a big cut like all the other artists in the store. And I thought, well, I'm working here. Shouldn't I get like a little more? Like I'm selling it, I'm packaging it, I'm displaying it, I'm pricing it. I'm like, I'm doing all of that myself. And you're still going to take that chunk from me? I just thought it was kind of shitty, And people just look at things differently. Art is subjective and it's so hard to put a price point on it. And the other thing is sometimes people price their things too high because they think, well, I put in this many hours, I put in this many time, and I spent this much on it. But at some point you have to realize that you have to let go of that. You have to let go of, the outcome. So for me, most of my stuff was donated. That's the only reason why I let it go, because I worked with leather and I got so many people that would give me free stuff. They're like, hey, I have these fabric scraps, or I have these leather scraps. And the only thing I really spent money on was I was known for using vintage materials. So like all my vintage buttons or hardware, I paid for. But even then, it's like, even if I paid like $2 for a button and I charged $12 for the ring, I was okay with that because I only put $2 into materials. But still in the end, like, how come they don't have, my materials don't come out of their end, it comes out of mine. They're still always going to make more than me. So you got to like really think about that. I know that some farmers markets, they have they have no prices on there, and they'll ask somebody how much they want to pay for it, kind of like a yard sale. And that throws people because they don't know. But it also educates people because they're like, well, you know, okay, well, I'll give you $1. And then that's when you go, okay, that's how you see, that's all that's worth to you. Or is that all you want to put out? Because sometimes people want something for nothing, or they want to, mine. I don't care that you spent $10 to make that, or you out here hustling. I only want to give you $1. Well, how can you put money or a price? Oh, maybe you guys were the ones that I was thinking price tag. I kept hearing price tag. Was that before your reading or the other one? All right, but you can't put a price tag on creativity. It's almost impossible, but you can try. So it could be for some of you guys, you just got to find the balance, and you have to believe in yourself. The Leo energy is a perfect time to do that, because once you believe in yourself, you're not going to allow people to give you what you don't feel like you deserve. You know what I mean? So they want me to read this. It says, this energy has no form or structure, yet all the forms and structures come out of it. It makes no difference what particular form your creativity takes. It can be a painting, singing, planting, gardening, making a meal. The important thing is to be open to what wants to be expressed through you. And remember that we don't possess our creations. They do not belong to us. True creativity arises from a union with the divine, with the mystical and the unknowable. Then it is both a joy for the creator and a blessing to others. Okay? Oh, when I looked down, it was 1155. So work with angel number 1155. Okay. And then your next card is, maturity, but it's in reverse. Maturity in reverse. Okay. So maybe that's the whole point. Maybe you're looking at it from a different point of view. I'm feeling really strongly to go to the book, but there's something else coming in. I feel this super, super heavy energy. This is from the Minor Arcana from the Rainbow suit. Let's see. And this one is the Ace of Rainbows, number 158, the Ace of Rainbows. Also, the lavender just was in the book, and when I went to pick up the book, it flew out. So work with lavender for healing and the patience energy. That'll really help you. Okay, they're having me read this one side first, and it says, they said, yes, you can look at the card. Somebody was like, I want to see the card. Oh, look at how pretty that is. And I'm going to put these in the community section as well, okay? So it says, the distinction between the grasses and the blossoms is the same as between you not knowing that you're a Buddha and the moment that you know you are a Buddha. In fact, there's no way to be otherwise. Buddha is completely blossomed, fully opened. His lotuses, his petals have come to a completion. Certainly, to be full of spring yourself is far more beautiful than the autumn dews falling on the lotus leaves. That is one of the most beautiful things to watch. When autumn dews fall on the lotus leaves and shine in the morning sun like real pearls. But of course, it is a momentary experience. As the sun rises, the autumn dews start evaporating. This temporary beauty cannot be compared, certainly, with an eternal spring in your being. You look back as far as you can, and it has always been there. You look forward as much as you can, and you will be surprised. It is your very being. Wherever you are, it will be there, and the flowers will continue to shower on you. This is spiritual spring. This figure stands alone, silent and yet alert. The inner being is filled with flowers that carry the quality of springtime and regenerate wherever they go. This inner flowering and the wholeness that they feel afford the possibility of unlimited movement. They can move in any direction, without and within. It makes no difference, as is joy, and maturity cannot be diminished by externals. They have come to a time of centeredness and expansiveness. The white glow around the figure is their protection and light. All of life's experiences have brought them to this time of perfection. When you draw this card, know well this moment carries a gift for hard work well done. Your base is solid now, and success and good fortune are yours for the taking, and they're the outcome for what has already been experienced within, right? So like if you're feeling it, that means you've already lived it in another life. You've already, like, it's just another expansiveness and awareness of it. That's the spiritual maturity. In this card and some of the other cards, I've been getting a lot of he. So I feel like it's the divine masculine in all of us that keeps wanting, the mana, like, right? It's like they want to take control of the mana, but we need both the divine feminine and the divine masculine. And the creativity is born out of the divine feminine, which I find is interesting that they used he in this card. But, it's like the womb of creation comes out of the divine feminine energy in the human body, right? But at the same time, the seed is planted by the divine masculine. You cannot create without both. So I feel like this is Spirit saying in this Libra energy today. The Barbault basket is from Andre Barbault, and they were born and died in the Libra energy of balance. So all of this makes so much sense. Ooh, my throat chakra. Drink some water. Stay hydrated. It's so important, not just from the heat waves, but all encompassing. Also, I'm getting something about the 4th of July. And it kind of came out of nowhere. But I feel like for some of you, reading 2, you really need to go check that out, because there was a lot of explosive energy that came in from reading 2. Okay, so now our next card is the Purity Mudra. Okay, this is the mudra that you're going to work with as well. And it's fresh and clean. Interesting. Oh gosh, I think it was in the beginning, before I had that big thing happen with the encounter, snowflakes were coming through. So it must be significant for somebody. Okay. I know, like, one of my family members, snowflakes was a big deal. I actually have like snowflake tattoos on me that I got a long time ago. Anyway, intestine mudra. So take a screenshot, follow me with it if you'd like to. Okay, so the intestine mudra. This mudra eases abdominal cramps and stimulates the intestinal activity. If we clean the window of our soul regularly, we can be sure of a good view, and only when we can see clearly can we enjoy our lives fully. This means that old layers of grime from the past need to be cleaned away, clarified, forgiven, and resolved, as the case may be, right? It's individual for all of you. Generosity, forbearance, and willingness to forgive can be very uplifting, and they have the effect of drawing miracles into our lives like magnets. I speak from experience, this artist or this creator says, right? So let people and situations pass in front of your mind's eye. Let old pains and negative feelings come to the surface so that you can let them go forever. So your mantra is, I am filled with inner freedom, peace, and joy. And interesting that you got the freedom card, and you also got being generous and tolerance, trust. I mean, this is such a beautiful reading. I feel like it's really all coming together. And you also got the release and let go. They haven't had me do this with the other readings, but I feel like for you guys, you kind of need to see this, right? Like this freedom. It's time to let it go. Also, it's number 50, which is the number 5. And we were talking about that earlier, about the change and transformation. And also here are some other key words to keep in mind during this energy. Obstacles, difficulty, loss, lack of faith, hello, the trust again, and balance and change. What's my destiny, mama? I don't know, folks. You're going to have to find out for yourself, right? So working from the purity, the fresh and clean energy, like once you've released and let this go. And also the maturity where in the encounter at the beginning of this video, that's what it was. I felt like I was a child arguing with another child, or like a child arguing with a really immature adult. And I feel like maybe you guys are going through that too in your experience. And the best way to do is just release it, let it go, get out of it. You don't have to keep it. It's not yours. It's not yours to keep. Ooh, interesting. I just realized that the creativity card was over there, but I feel like for some of you, you're not going to get to this point until you deal with this. You know what I'm saying? So work with that energy. Work with that energy. Okay, you guys, let's see. Do we have any more cards before we close out this reading? Oh, the mudra cards just flew everywhere. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. I knew it. This one flew on the floor. I'm like, this has to be it. Look at how crazy this is, you guys. Look at how we've got another rainbow. But it has like an, is that an upside down butterfly? That looks like like one of those Rorschach things with a butterfly. And it says moderation. No, no, no. What? Wasn't that just your reading where we were talking about something? No. No, no, no. Setting boundaries. Or maybe it's that you're connected to somebody and they're saying, no, no, no. Let's see what the back of the card says. Wow, that's intense, you guys. Wow, wow, wow. These are our timestamps. Okay, so digestion mudra. Let's see what it has to say. Okay, so it says, this mudra is a help against winds and the bloated feeling that comes from having eaten too much, or also from pressure of appointments, deadlines, etc. Every kind of immoderation is like an inflation of demands and or time pressure. Very often a simple no or not me, not like that, not yet, not today, for instance, can do a lot to ease the situation or even resolve it altogether. Imagine a bowl of sand which represents everything which is too much. Empty it out slowly. Repeat the exercise several times. The empty bowl then refills itself with cosmic life energy, which you breathe in with pleasure and satisfaction. And your mantra is, I try to find the right balance in all things by concentrating on what is really important. Yes, was that your reading earlier where Spirit was saying, like, you know what, then you don't do the dishes that day, or you don't blah, blah, blah. It's a perfect example. My friend was going to help me run errands, and while I was doing these readings, I got a message, and they're like, oh my gosh, I don't know if I'm going to get there. You know, if I do, it's not going to be till later today, but it might have to be tomorrow. And I had already messaged them because I got the vibe it wasn't going to happen today. They've been really cool, like keeping me in the loop and stuff, but I just had this feeling, and I said, well, you know what? It's okay. I can stretch until Monday if need be. So don't stress yourself out. I'm like, all is well. And they're like, oh, no, no, no. I definitely like have to come that way today. I definitely, you know. And then while I was doing these readings, I saw that they messaged, and I didn't get to read the whole message because I'm doing these, but I definitely like got the vibe that they were, you know, saying, you know, it's just not going to happen. And I already got that vibe from Spirit that, like, stop pushing yourself. That's okay, right? All is well. It's divine timing. We don't have to rush it. Also, it's on page 36, this digestion mudra. It's on page 36, and that's also the number 9. 369 are very significant to us, these number sequences, so work with 369 sequence. You can even research it. 369 spiritual significance. It's huge right now. And we are in 2026, which is a 10 completion, but it's also take away the 0. It's 1 new beginnings. But the 6 is very significant this year, and the number 6 is really significant, which means success and peace, happiness, highly creative energy, harmonious energy, which we were just talking about what's happening astrologically today with the Barbault basket, right? And having our harmony restored so that new opportunities can come in, and our hard work of paying off after the hardship of 5. There's also a PTSD that comes with that energy, right? Like, and look at this, even says it in my notes. Look at this, PTSD mindset, let it go. I know it's hard to let go of things, and I know I make it look easy, but it's not easy for me either, you guys. It's just as hard for me. So work with butterfly spirit medicine since it came in. Work with the lotus flower since it came in. You may even want to look up snowflake significance, because, you know, snowflakes are all one of a kind. And you're one of a kind. And I feel like whatever art or whatever creative thing you want to do, even if there's 100 million people doing it, yours is still going to be one of a kind. You're still going to do it in the way you do it, the way you create it, the way you look at it. And I don't think it's an accident that you've got like this double rainbow here, because that's basically what that is, right? It's like a double rainbow mirroring itself, right? Oh, by the way, I'm wearing one of my rings. See? That button's like 200 years old. People loved my jewelry. I should start making it again. Anyway, but look at, then you've got creativity in the rainbow. You've got a rainbow and tolerance. You've got rainbow in the maturity. I mean, there's like definitely like a color sequence here. Plus blues are very calming. And this you know, the pink, like the soft landing, I really think this is just about you trusting yourself first and then trusting that spirit has your back, because they really do. And of course they want you to succeed. You're part of us. We are one, right? Like we are one. We are here together. We are a co-collective. The good news is a lot of people who channel like Lee Harris and the Z's, and I can go on and on and on, but he's my favorite one. I channel all the time. I don't have, I mean, Galactica channels through me sometimes. She's one of the 9, but I don't always like, you know, channel just one specific group or just the Lemurians or just the Arcturians. I channel whatever the creator wants me to channel. But I definitely feel like there is a kind of a co-collective energy. Number one, we're all bloody exhausted, which makes sense because we're going through the biggest transformation the planet's ever seen that we are aware of in our level of consciousness at this time. And also because a lot of us have been holding space for the collective for a really, really, really long time, while we've been paving the way for everyone else to have this awakening that's like happening today. This is just another phase of the awakening. And then once the Lionsgate portal opens, it's going to be another one. And then we're going to have eclipse season. You know, we've got another Mercury in retrograde happening at the end of October through mid-November. I think November 13th. I think it's October 24th to November 13th, but don't quote me. It's somewhere in that region. I just thought of Amy Farrah Fowler. Another yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of change and transformation happening. But let spirit deal with that. Send a good energy, you know, that the patriarchy it's already crumbling. It's already happening. But the more people buy local, the more people make their own food, the more people are relying on themselves for solar, all that. The 1% realizes, like, even if they shut things down or they shut down our electrical grids, or they can't shut down the sun. Sorry. You can't shut down the moon. You can't shut down nature and the planets, you know? It's such a greedy baby, needy baby, greedy baby. Another, and that's a Sheldon Cooper reference, but, right? But Big Bang Theory, for my Big Bang Theory people. But there's something about that, right? It's like the needy baby, greedy baby is over. Just because you can doesn't mean you should, my mom always said, and it's so true. Just because you have a lot of money doesn't mean that you should, you know, make a lot of money at other people's expense. What goes around comes around, and karma never forgets an address, and she's a badass bitch. And she comes for people. We all deal with karma. But she also brings us luck and love and generosity. I mean, you guys, you got 3 rainbows in your reading. Even if you have 2 rainbows in a card, I'm looking at it as 3 rainbows. That means that you've got everything you need. You are the one that's holding you back, because you must release and let go. You must lean into the trust, because your freedom is there. And the tolerance is something that's coming for all of us. You know, it really is. And the mantra on the tolerance is, without expectations, I am free. Yeah. Without expectations, I am free. So live in the now, man. Live in the now. Okay, I think that's it. Wow, 4.5 hours. Holy shit. And see, I knew this was meant to be because I kept seeing spirit telling me I was going to do something on Sunday. I wanted to research more about what was happening astrologically for weeks, and it's just been like evaporating from my mind. One of my fellow light workers, we laugh about this all the time, how we can read something 10 times and retain it, and then like when we need it, it's gone, right? So even the best of us, we are still in a form of, when we need it, we'll have it. If we don't, we're already overloaded, right? Like, I'm a medium. I feel like spirit's like, bitch, you've got so much on your plate. Like, you have so much going on. Like, what else do you want, you know? And also, I think that it's for like days like today where it's going to be really overwhelming. So like yesterday, they just like told me what to eat, what not to eat. I went to bed early. You know, I set my alarm this morning. There was just like a lot of magical things that were happening. But there was also a time in this where spirit gave me a choice, where they're like, do you want to do this or do you not want to do this? And I just was like, no, I feel like I really want to do this. I want to, you know, take care of, you know, my friends, my family, my collective, my Ohana, right? Like, we are one, my star family. This felt like this really needed to be said today. I feel like all of these hours are meant to be, you know, done. And I'm actually looking forward to going back and editing it, because I think it's going to be really interesting. So I'm feeling a real sadness right now, and that's okay. Spirit's like, release and let go. We're on double Cancer energy until Leo comes in on the 22nd. If you watch this in real time, I'm going to post this. It's going live right now, but I'm going to like get this timestamps in there at least. I'll probably keep editing it while it's out there. So keep checking back and keep checking back for the community section, because I'm going to be putting stuff in there as well, extensions of the reading from the books and the cards. But in real time, it's like we've got 2 more full days before Leo comes in. So lean into this. And even if you're watching it during Leo season, we're still in the Cancer moon. So lean into it, cry, let it go. I had this moment where I had a breakthrough yesterday, and I just fucking, I lost it. I really lost it. I've been trying to be so strong about my divorce and all that. And I started like seeing someone, but I don't want to talk about it because I don't know what it is yet. And so I'm just allowing it to be what it is. It's just a friendship right now. And so I'm leaning into that. But we have a love of fellow artists, and one of them was Elvis. And I was telling him about this one song, and I said, oh, I can't remember the name of it. So while we were texting each other, I remembered it, and I went to go get the link for it on YouTube, and I sent it to them, and I was listening to it, and oh my God, it's like, you know how you can hear a song 100 million times and then you hear it one time while you're going through something and then you just hear it completely differently. Oh my gosh. I bawled like a baby. I cried so, and I like really like ugly cried for like the whole song, because I felt like I had a huge breakthrough, and it just broke my heart in a million pieces. And I realized that like that's what I needed. Like I needed to like break that shell. And for, I feel like that was like the last piece. But at the same time, I argued with Spirit, because I was like, I don't understand. Like my gut tells me that this is my love, but if you're telling me that they're not, then I guess they're not. But yeah, if you are interested, it's called Fool by Elvis Presley. And if they call me to, I'll put a link in the description box. I think I may have put it on one of my channels, either in the community section or like in the description box on one of the podcasts. But oh man, it just like tore me up. He's like, fool, you should have made her love you. And like, fool, you should have, or he's like, fool, you could have made her love you, fool. And it just made me feel like of the narcissist energy, because it's an energy, you know, it's not a man or woman or person, it's just an energy. So, but and that's what it made me. That's what I felt like he was singing. Like, you were so worried about keeping score and winning and your ego that you lost her now. And now she's with someone else. Instead of just telling her how you actually felt, telling her that you really loved her, now she's fallen in love with somebody else. So, you know, they're like, so who won? You know, you may have won the battle, but she won the war, right? Like, that's what I feel like this song is saying. Like, you let pride get in and your ego get in the way of love. So don't let pride and ego get in the way of love, because I feel like that tolerance card that you got, be generous, is right now. That's why you have all the rainbows and the colors around you, because, you know, Spirit, I was watching Hell's Kitchen. I don't know what season, because I didn't realize how many seasons I missed. I didn't even know he had newer seasons in the 2020s. And so I was really excited, and they're free on YouTube this month. So I was watching them, and there's this scene where one of the chefs says something like, I'm a queer, black, Jewish man or woman or something. And they're like, and they were just like, I'm literally like, so many people like hate me just for having breath in my lungs. Right. And right, like talking about obstacles and talking about what they've had to fight through. So it could be, for some of you, you could be a strong part of the LGBTQ community as well. All these rainbow colors coming, you know, in and coming through, and just welcome. You know, I'm so glad you guys are here, and thank you for being a part of this journey with all of us, everybody here. Thank you for liking, subscribing, sharing, commenting. It really helps with the algorithms. Tallulah Wren, my other channel, is really taking off. If you want to check that out, there's a link on my channel for that, or you can just, you know, look up Tallulah Wren, and it's Wren like the bird, W-R-E-N. But that channel has been like blowing up recently, because I've just been doing what I want to do in the moment when I'm feeling it. Like Spirit will be like, drop what you're doing and go do this. And I'm like, you know. And even that's been interesting too, to like see the comments and see the hate come from people. And it's like, wow, just
it's just interesting. The world's just a very interesting place right now. And, you know, if anybody's throwing shade or hate your way, it's always personal. I'm telling you, it is. Even if you, like, you know, cut somebody off that day, it's still personal. Because, yeah, you might have been untethered and ungrounded. You weren't paying attention. You cut somebody off and you don't even know you did it. And you, to them, you fucked up their whole day or whatever. But that's also a lesson for them, because how do they not know that that actually wasn't a gift from spirit, because they just missed getting in a car accident because that person cut them off. It's all perspective. It's all in the way you're looking at it. It's all in the way you're perceiving it, your life and others. And opening your mind, heart, and soul to thank you for doing this for me, and taking away the victim of, oh, this happened to me, it happened to me. It's like, no, it happened for you. It happened for growth. It happened for purpose. It happened to align you with your path and your purpose and your growth. That's what this is about. And this astrological energy that's happening today is another rebirth of the Christ consciousness. It's another, like, opening the portal and the gates even wider. So when the Lionsgate portal comes in next weekend, we're going to be like, what? You know, I think it's the 26th. I don't think it's on this calendar. I was looking and I'm like, how come it doesn't say? I'm almost positive it doesn't say. Maybe it doesn't. I just didn't see it. Oh, Saturn's going retrograde on July 26th. That's interesting. Maybe that was for somebody. So we got the first quarter moon on the 21st, taking action on their new moon wishes. Also, I keep hearing that wishes, right? A wish fulfillment coming through. But you got to put it out there, and you've got to help spirit do it as well. Okay, so yeah, so the Tuesday is, so today we've got this big, you know, Barbault's basket, and then we have on the 21st, the first quarter moon. Then that's Tuesday. Then on Wednesday, the 22nd, we have the sun entering Leo. And then on the 23rd, Mercury's going direct. And then on Sunday, I'm almost positive that's the first day of the Lionsgate portal opening. And then also Saturn is going retrograde. So just when we're starting to get out of the Mercury retrograde, Saturn's going retrograde. And if you didn't, I don't know if we spoke about it earlier, but I'll just refresh your memory. Let me go back to that page. So Saturn is about structure, purpose, boundaries, identity, challenges, limitations. But you don't have any limitations. That's the whole point. It's pushing back and saying, I don't have any limitations. I'm unlimited, right? Dealing with authority figures, commitment. So if Saturn is going retrograde, then that means, I don't know when it's going direct. Let me see if they have me look for it. The writing in some of these calendars is so tiny that I'm like, I don't even know how people can look at it without glasses. Like, even if I had perfect vision, it's so tiny. Oh, and then Chiron's going retrograde on August 3rd. So obviously somebody wants this right now. Venus is entering Libra on the 6th of August. I'm surprised I didn't bring up the full moon, but that's okay. Maybe it doesn't matter. I don't know how long Saturn's going to be there, but they're not having me look at it. But then August 12th is the new moon in Leo. It's also a total solar eclipse, visible from the East Coast. Look out for the peak of the Perseid meteor shower that night as well. But that's also the end of the Lionsgate portal, because the 8th is the portal. The Lionsgate portal is the 8th. It closes on the 12th, I believe. And what was the other thing they said that was a really big deal on the 12th? I don't know. There's just so much happening all at once. That's what I'm saying. So just take it easy. Just take it easy. Go one step, one day at a time. Because if we rush ourselves, it's not gonna help. Then we got the full moon on August 28th. The full moon in Pisces. And that's the partial lunar eclipse, and that'll be the end of the eclipse season. But then still we have, like, you know, we're in the shadow of the retrogrades, you know. We have the shadow of the retrogrades to deal with as well. So it's just a lot. And these things have always been happening, right? Like, astrology is always ever moving over, always ever, you know. the universe is always moving, the parts are always moving, but there are certain things that align together at certain times where, yes, the energy is better to do X, Y, and Z, or the energy is not the best time to do X, Y, and Z. So you might want to look into that as well. Okay? There's a lot going on. There's so much going on in astrology at this point. I feel like, and that's the thing too. I keep like going to look, and then spirit will be like, no. And I'm like, why? Like, I want to be prepared, for myself and for you guys. But they're like, they don't want us to like lean into it too much where we're like, okay, what did what? Well, let me write that on my calendar. No, it's just about the awareness of it. Just live your life, but also leaning into like maybe looking at an astrology report, for the week. You don't have to go months in advance, but maybe just for the week. Now I'm just showing you guys a few weeks in advance because there's so much happening all at once. And they just want us to be prepared for it. And they want us to feel balanced and heal ourselves because the collective is going through this long-term breakthrough, right? Like this isn't just individualized, these breakthroughs that are happening. It's the whole planet. It's the universe. We are all connected, So this is a period of learning and growth. This is a global renewal. Spirit keeps saying that. It's a global renewal. And we're going to see it. And it may not happen all at once, but it's going to happen bit by bit by bit by bit. But remember that the fifth dimensional energy itself moves very, very quickly. But we are still connected to Gaia, who moves at a slower pace. That's why they say to go with the flow of nature, because the energy moves really quickly, but the third dimensional energy over thousands of years pulled us back to this like really old, archaic, like, gross, sludgy shadow energy, which was good for thousands of years for humanity because we needed to expand and grow in our awareness and consciousness. But at the same time, now it's like we're in the, you're out of the world. So they want us to keep thinking high, because just because it didn't happen for you or work for you at one point doesn't mean it won't happen for you now. So keep trying. Spirit will show you when you need to stop trying. Spirit will show you when you need to back off, right? But if you feel something so strong in your gut, like you love doing it so much, you're like, I love making macrame, it's like, then make macrame. There's a lady here at our farmer's market. She makes some of the most beautiful macrame pieces I've ever seen, like art pieces, but then also like to hold plants and keychains and just cute little things. Like you just never know. People are craving for it, especially ever since Temu came about. Like that's so gross. That's just like another force-fed bullshit. Like how many things do you need? The materialism it's like a disease from the 1%. They've diseased, it's like they literally like poisoned our water system, both real and metaphorically. Like they poisoned our water system and the way we see ourselves and the universe and our planet and how it falls into the alignment of this solar system and the universe as a whole. So, that's why there are people like myself who were implanted star seeds that were brought here to remind everybody, like, hey, listen, that's a bunch of malarkey and that's part of the matrix and that's a game. You're an avatar. You can do whatever you want. Now, listen, your avatar has to be cared for. It has to be looked after. No, you can't just fling yourself off a cliff and pray that spirit's going to catch you, right? But at the same time, it's like about flying our consciousness and our awareness out into the universe and saying, every day from this moment forward, start with your I am mantras, but also say things like, I am a millionaire. I am an artist. People love what I do. People love my stuff, or whatever languaging feels good to you. It's different for everybody, right? Like I have $7,144,000 in my bank account right now, because I am love. You know what? When my video really popped off is for a week straight, I was saying every day, I'm famous for being myself. I'm loved for just being myself. I am a millionaire. I'm going to be a millionaire by the time I'm 55. I'm 54 and my birthday's at the end of the year. It doesn't mean it can't happen. And if I believe and believe and believe, I also do know though that it won't be like, oh, it didn't work for me. No, it just means that like spirit will bring me. I know that I'm meant to be very wealthy. I've always known that. When I looked down, I saw 444 across the board. So that's also an angel number to work with. But it's believing in it. Those who don't believe in the magic will never find it. Those who are living in anger will never find joy. Those who are living in a wronged energy will never find forgiveness, and therefore will never find peace. You forgive someone for yourself. You can't control what people say or do or how they show up or don't show up, but you can forgive it. I could be angry and be like, oh man, they told me they were going to help me do stuff today. But you know what? It's okay. I knew I was going to do spirit work today. And now I've been going for almost 5 hours straight, not to mention all the prep before this and all the work that I'll do after this, right? It was meant to be. And they're in their project where they need to be right now. They didn't plan on that either. We both planned on getting together today. And I was actually really excited because of all the Aquarian energy today. Pluto being in Aquarius, right? With the rebirth, regeneration, all that, the death, rebirth, unconscious energy. Because I was like, that's really cool because this person that I wanted to connect with, they've been going through a lot of spiritual stuff. So I was like, oh, that's why we're supposed to be together today, right? But now it's looking like they're not going to be here today. They need to be where they need to be, and I need to be where I need to be. And you just let it go and you forgive it. Sometimes you plan a party and you can't wait for it. And then the day of the party, what happens? You get sick. And did you really want to get sick? No. But you got sick because it's a lot easier to say to people, I don't want to have my party tonight or I can't have my party tonight because I'm sick, instead of saying, I know I planned on having that party tonight, but you guys, I'm just not up for it. And I know you'd come here and cheer me up, but I just feel like I need to be alone today and have some downtime. I hope you guys get together somewhere else or somebody else's house. I'll talk to you later. That's maturity. That's maturity. That's how you show up for yourself. I won't be able to arrive today. I've spoke about this many times, but there are many light workers that I know, myself included, that would perpetually get sick on certain things when they didn't want to go. Because if they have a valid excuse, a valid reason, then they don't have to, you know what I mean? Then people are like, oh, they're sick. Oh, that's okay. We'll get them next time. See you next time, blah, blah, blah. But why do we have to have reasons? Why can't it just be energetically, I'm not feeling it today, energetically, I don't want to be around people. But even now, it's like when we're planning events with friends and family, that's when astrology is really important too. Because the astrology really needs to align the most with you. You're the one holding the party. You're not going to balance your entire party around the astrology of one person that's coming to the party, because maybe they're meant to sit out the party that day. Does that make sense? So, all right. Do we have any more messages from channeled messages, cards, books, anything else you want us to talk about today, Spirit? Okay, those are your messages, reading 3. Now, I do see that there's one person here live, or there could be more. Sometimes they just don't show up as people go incognito. I don't always do this, but if you're here, I can't see you. I just see that and can feel that there's people here. But if you're here and you have a question for Spirit, I don't normally do this, but once in a while they have me do it. So if you'd like to ask a question, this is still your reading, and you showed up for it live, so you're more than welcome to. And I'll wait another, and all you have to say is yes, and then I'll know to wait, and then you can start typing your question if you have any questions for Spirit on this reading, or if you've been dipping in and out to this whole live event, which has gone on for almost 5 hours. Oh, so nuts. If not, then thank you for being here. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. Thank you, Spirit. We're going to give it just a few more, I'm hearing like a few more minutes. Also on the bottom of the deck is inspiration, and it has a lightning bolt going through a mountainside with a rainbow. So I don't know if that means anything to anybody. Here, I'll even show you. This is the bottom of the deck. Inspiration. And it says, be creative, another creative. So this is definitely, you guys are my artists on reading through. You guys definitely have a lot. So anyway, all right, I think that's it. And I will, like I said, I've been going 5 hours, so they'll probably just have me edit, and then I don't know if I'll take pictures for the community section today. It might be later today or it might be tomorrow, but I did show a lot of the cards in the book, so maybe they won't. I always say I never know what Spirit wants me to do because I'm just here as a voice piece for them to channel the messages to you. All right, you guys, so we worked with dandelion today. We worked with yarrow. We worked with lavender. We worked with rosemary. You guys had a lot of angel numbers. I hope you wrote them down. I didn't. I'm not going to if I'm not supposed to. And just lean into this beautiful energy. Is that it? I keep feeling like there's somebody. I almost feel like somebody's like, wait for me. Or is there a channel? Is there something or someone you want me to channel for someone that wants to talk to someone that's crossed over? It almost feels like a wait for me, like they're leaving, and I'm hearing one of the spirits saying like wait for me. Oh, it makes me think of you guys. If you want to watch a really wild, beautiful movie, I don't even know. And now with the internet, it's probably a lot easier to find. But I had a really hard time trying to find it years ago before the internet. But there was an old black and white movie after World War II that is called The Fighting Sullivans. Oh, I get the chills just thinking about it. And The Fighting Sullivans was based on a true story. And the reason why they don't let family members in the same, like, let's just say you and your brother join the Navy at the same time, you'll never serve with them. You may join at the same time, you may both be in the Navy, but once they recognize that you're siblings and your family, they will always put you in a separate, like, you may be on one Navy ship there and then they're like on land somewhere else, and like then they like kind of like switch them. And that's because when the Sullivan brothers wanted to go and fight, their parents were immigrants and they came over to America and they were the firstborn Americans. So, I just get the chills. It makes me sad. And you can research it too. It's a really beautiful story, but it's also sad. She had 5 sons and one brother, or 5 sons and one daughter. I think that's what it was. It's been a long time. I could be completely wrong on the numbers, but I know it was a large number of sons. 5. I'm almost positive it was 5. It was 5 or 6. And they all joined together and they went through boot camp together and everything. And when the ship went down, or whatever it was, I think they were in the Navy. The saddest part about the movie is at the end, because she kept saying things like, you just don't want them to show up at your house. Like, you just pray for them, because they're like, how do you get through this? Like, when your family's away at war, like, how do you get through it? I'm thinking about them every day. I'm so worried about them. I'm so worried about what's going to happen to them, and they say, well, don't think about it. Just send them good energy and send, prayers their way. Don't think about them getting harmed. Think about that they're safe. Just envision them safe. Just keep envisioning them safe, kind of thing. And when all of her sons went together, the woman said something like, as long as nobody comes up to your, like, if you have a soldier come up to your house, it's going to be bad because something's happened. Otherwise, they'll just call you and say, your child's been hurt. They're at this hospital, blah, 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 blah. But when they die, she said they don't call you or write you a letter. They come to you in person and tell you. So at the end of the movie, she sees them, and it's sad because you can see in the neighborhoods, people are outside and you see like the soldier walking, and I keep getting the chills, right? And they're like, please don't come to my house. Please don't come to my house, right? So they walk up her walk and she's like, she starts crying, she's like, my son. She's like, which one? She's like, which one? And they just like, the guy just looks at her and he's like a ghost. And she's like, which one? And he's like, ma'am. He's like, all of them, ma'am. He's like, and he like said like the ship and whatever, he's like went down at, however many, 0 hours. And, well, we're so sorry. Thank you for your son's service. And, blah, 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 and all this. And so that is the reason why family members can't, because can you imagine the loss she felt? All of her sons dying at the same time for what? A fucking war over a monster who wanted to, like, for greed and whatever. It's like, it's just gross. And we're all waking up to that. We're all seeing that. So if you didn't know the story of the Fighting Sullivans, you really should look into it. It's starting to make me really emotional. That's why, because it was like one of those movies, like, I just was so sick. My mom didn't tell me anything about it. She just said, we love to watch black and white movies. That was like my thing with my mom. And it was on TV. This was a long time ago, before the internet. And she said, just watch. She's like, the end is like so sad. My mom's like, I remember when that movie came out. It was really, really sad. And I'll just never forget it. It was just such a moment because it's like, needy baby, greedy baby. Why are people dying for people's greed? It's ending, trust me. And today is just the beginning. So lean into the positive energy. Cry when you need to. Release and let go of the pain and suffering, because I am going to cry right now for them. And every soldier in any capacity, in any timeline, in any place that has given their life so that the rest of us can walk free. And they did not give their lives for us to be controlled. They did not give their lives for us to be slaves. They did not give their lives for that. There's going to be a massive restructure on the planet, not just in the US, but globally. And I'm here for it. And I hope that you'll be here for it too. So if you found yourself here, you're a leader just like me. Like you are a powerful energy and an entity, and you came here to make a big difference in the world. So fight back the oppressors and, stand up for who you are and what you believe in. My quote unquote, the encounter at the beginning of this video, I had no idea I felt something icky coming, but I had no idea that I was going to have to go through something like that. But I wouldn't change a second of it because I know that it had to happen. And, we are connected and people are waking up way faster than you realize. So thank you, Andre Barbault. Thank you, Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. Thank you for cradling us in your loving, harmonious energy. Thank you to all the energies and entities that were here with us today. And big, huge thank you to the angels and archangels, especially Michael and his mighty band of warriors, for being here today and keeping this container filled with love. Because I was like, man, Michael normally wouldn't let that, something like that happen, right? But sometimes things have to happen, right? Sometimes shit has to get worse before it gets better. That's part of addiction too, Sometimes things have to get worse before they get better. So allow the healing to come in. The yarrow is healing and courage and balance and protection. All right, you guys. Is that it, Spirit? Until next time, take good care of yourselves and each other, and I'll see you at the next reading. Blessed be. I love you. Goodbye.